Good morning, welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to get underway on the final day of the cricket season, the final day of the county championship season. Relegated Lancashire against Worcestershire, the home side, who have ensured that they will stay in Division 1 of the county championship. And it is Worcestershire who are at the crease, naught without loss after 1 over of their second innings. The scores are almost identical. Worcestershire making 180 in their first innings, Lancashire replying with 177. Worcestershire with 1 over gone in the innings, which was a maiden, bowled by Tom Bailey, and play about to get underway with Philip bowling from the New Road end, and he will be bowling to Jake Libby, neither batsman yet off the mark. A cloudy and chilly autumn morning here at New Road, but a day that we're determined to enjoy, aren't we, Mel Farrell, because it's the last day of the season.
Oh, I'm filling up. I'm filling up. It makes me feel quite emotional.
So here's Philip from the New Road end. He bowls, and Libby is caught and bowled. First ball of the day. On him perhaps a little bit more quickly than he expected, just pushing forward at it, popping a catch back, and Worcestershire lose their first wicket to the first ball of the day, and Jake Libby's season finishes. He is caught and bowled by Philip without scoring. Worcestershire 0 for 1.
Well, let's keep on going as we have been going, shall we? Wickets tumbling at New Road. And, well, that just seemed to happen so quickly, so swiftly. Just really pushed at that one. But what a match it's been for Philip.
Yeah.
He's been outstanding. A fiver in the first innings.
Yeah.
Backing up, first ball of the second innings, he takes his 6th wicket for the match.
Yeah,
so
he looks a handy signing, in the sense that although it's only the end of the season, he's alerted a few people to his ability, I think, and there might be 1 or 2 other people interested in him if Lancashire don't employ him in the future, I would have thought.
Well, he was more than handy with the bat when he came out as well.
Yeah.
Not just in scoring runs, but he looked really good. He drove beautifully, played on the leg side, lots of lovely wristy leg side flicks. There's certainly a lot to like about him, as they say.
Yeah, well, off to a great start, Lancashire this morning, with Anderson Phillip picking up that wicket, and Kashif Ali comes to the crease for the second time in the game, with Worcestershire in a bit of trouble, and he's had a good season. He's started well. Couple of hundreds in the first game, which I think you saw, didn't you, Mel, at Edgbaston?
I most certainly did.
Missed a bit of cricket with sort of mental health issues at one stage, just needed a bit of a break after the game at the Oval. Hasn't quite rediscovered his best form since then, but an opportunity today. But saying that, in these circumstances, I think batting is going to be tricky throughout the day, and Lancashire might knock a couple more over and sniff an unlikely chance to win the game on this last day of the season. Here's Philip again, in to bowl to Kashif, and that's a beautiful drive from Kashif and a good diving stop in the covers, which prevents any addition, but it looked like a glorious shot, to say the least. Kashif, to go out there and hit your first ball like that, it's just, I don't know, it takes a certain type of mentality, I think. It was a full half volley-ish, maybe not quite a full half volley, but he just timed it beautifully. No runs, good stop by Will Williams at extra cover. There's Anderson Phillip again, in, and Kashif lets that one go outside the off stump.
I just think he's really lovely to watch, and I was there for those twin hundreds at Edgbaston, and I'd first seen him in the last game of the season at Headingley when he scored 90 odd, but
Yeah.
just it's about as aesthetically pleasing as it gets, isn't it, when he's in full flow?
Yeah, he's a glorious player to watch, but not easy to get into full flow in these circumstances. I'm not saying it's cold, but Anderson Phillip walking back to his mark has got his hands in his pockets.
He's been doing that all
A
day.
few seconds, just that opportunity to get the hands a bit warmer. He's got his shoulders loose though, and that one is again quick delivery, but outside off stump, left alone by Kashif, and the hands are in the pockets again as he starts his walk back. It is chilly out there. It's not as cold as it was at Kidderminster when Worcestershire played their first two away home games, home in inverted commas, earlier in the season, but it is decidedly on the cool side. And I've underclubbed it on the clothes. I thought I'd put a jumper on and a gilet and I'll not be too cold today. We're inside, but it is still uncomfortably cold. As Phillip is in again and bowls, and Kashif is pushing at that one outside the stump. It's a really good delivery. Got it absolutely right there, the Trinidadian. Just outside off stump, just short of a length. Bit of climbing, steep bounce, and Kashif feeling for it outside the off stump. Fortunate not to get a nick through to Matty Hurst behind the stumps. 3 slips and a gully in place. Pretty lively pace, Mel, I think. Anderson Phillip, not super express, but he's, I would imagine, in the mid to high 80s most of the time. Strides in, very athletic, bowls, and this time Kashif really gives it an extravagant flail outside the off stump and is fortunate not to get a nick. So, a wicket maiden for Anderson Phillip to start the day. Have we only been going 1 over? 0 for 1 Worcestershire. Roderick yet to face today. And Libby the man out without scoring. Caught and bowled, first ball of the day.
So I don't think you were here yesterday, Frank, when Scott and I were talking about it, because we'd had a chat with Phillip after the first day, and he's played those 2 tests, and in the first test against Bangladesh, he was actually clocked at 150 kilometres an hour,
right,
which when I looked it up is about 93 miles
right,
per hour, so
yeah,
rapid. He got injured during the Australian summer. So there he played 1 test, and he's not yet back to his full pace. As we see Bailey now in, and first ball just steered not very convincingly down to backward point, no run. But he did say he's not been back to his full pace yet. He thinks he's got some left in him in coming back from injury.
Yeah.
So that's something to keep your eye on for the future as well. But yeah, if he's hit that 150k or 93 miles per hour mark, and that is proper rapid. Here's Bailey again, up on his toes and defending with a very straight bat is Roderick. The ball just rolls back down the pitch. And I'd say the examination of batting techniques in the face of the moving new ball is going to continue. It's been a theme of this match so far, which is why it's progressed as much as it has with all the interruptions. Here's Bailey again over the wicket, and this time defended just more firmly by Roderick onto the onside.
It's funny, isn't it? I was thinking about this yesterday when Lancashire went out and lost 2 wickets in that first few overs before lunch. That there was a resignation about Lancashire's cricket, given what was happening at Trent Bridge and the fact that their relegation was probably going to be confirmed in this game.
As Bailey commences his run up, he's in over the wicket again, and this is just defended quite a long way in front of the body by Roderick. Again, it rolls just down the pitch.
And I just wonder how much that transmits itself into the minds of the players on both sides. That, you know, it's the end of the season. It's cold. It's not it's not it doesn't matter really what happens today. It doesn't matter in the scheme of things. I mean, there's pride to play for and everything else, but I don't suggest for a minute that anybody isn't trying, but I'm sure it just affects their motivation a little bit. It must do.
Bailey in. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Good ball again. Nice bit of bounce, and Roderick just goes for a little walk to settle himself as that one whizzed straight through at a good click as well.
You know, I always think if you're a golfer, say let's put it into a golf sort of analogy. You know, if you're playing the last round of a major and you're in with a chance of winning, you're absolutely totally motivated. If you go out with your mates for a knockabout, even though you might be a brilliant player, you're more likely not to focus and play a bad shot because you know there's nothing on it. I just wonder if there's a bit of that in the way that the teams have batted in this game.
Roderick waits, and this time is able to just push that ball, steer it in front of the fielder at backward square leg. He had a little bit of width this time from Bailey, and they will get a
game which he set out to do. And I understand that next Saturday he'll be captaining Green Park, I think is the name of the club, in Cape Town for the first game of their new season
Wow.
in South Africa. He loves it. Here's Anderson Phillip bowling at pace to Kashif, who leans forward and pushes into the covers where Will Williams does the fielding, and there's no run. Worcestershire 2 for 1, lost a wicket to the first ball of the day. But yeah, Gareth Roderick, some would say a glutton for punishment. He's a keeper. His hands have taken a bit of a battering at times this year, 1 or 2 finger injuries he's had to cope with, but you can't keep him off the field, or so it would seem.
Oh, that is commitment. That's incredible that he's played every game.
Yeah,
that really
every
is.
single game. Phillip again in to Kashif, and Kashif is away with a single, just pushed behind square on the offside, and picks up his first run. He'll feel better for that. Everybody always feels a little bit better when they get off the mark, and pros are no different.
But that's what you say about it. It's so much of it. If you look at percentage of what goes into a good performance, the mental state and preparation and energy is such a huge part of it. So even when you're trying not to, when the circumstances around you, it's very, very hard to keep all of those out.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Phillip in again and bowls, and this time it's Roderick who's beaten outside the off stump, and by the resigned way that he threw his head back and walked away after missing that one, it was one that he felt he could do very little about, Gareth Roderick. Yeah, I think that's it, and it's what you can't quantify it. And it's not just cricket. I mean, I mentioned golf. I'm sure it's the same in tennis and various other sports, that you know players, when they reach a certain level, they have the skill set required to succeed at that level, and they have the physical capabilities. But sometimes you have a good game and sometimes you have a bad game, and there are all sorts of factors involved. And I'm convinced. I'll just break off as Phillip bowls again to Roderick, and he's got runs down to third man here, probably 2 off the edge. In fact, they'll get 3, because there's a really good bit of work actually down there by a third slip, running down and diving, flicking the ball back inside the rope, and they get 3. I mean, that's motivation for you, isn't it? He could easily have let that one just beat him into the rope, couldn't he? And nobody really would have batted an eyelid, but chased it all the way down there.
Just looking around too, it's not just Phillip with his hands in his pockets, by the way.
No.
I think they've cracked out the hand warmers all round.
I wonder whether they'll have actually had a supply with them. Not really expecting this. Phillip bowls again, and Kashif is beaten this time outside the off stump. You know, I think the hand warmers are, you know, you have them in your bag, don't you, early in the season, but not so sure that they'll have had them with them, thinking this is going to be quite a nice warm game. I don't know, maybe they're always there, but yeah, it was Harry Singh, by the way, that chased that one down to the boundary and flicked it back, just to give him due credit. But yeah, hands in pockets all round the field. It is that kind of day. It's there was a fleeting glimpse of the sun a few minutes ago, but it's disappeared again now. Philip is in again and bowls, and Kashif's absolutely thrown the bat at this. In fact, he's nicked it. That's a really loose shot from Kashif Ali. Not much celebration, it was such a routine one, and he's caught behind. He's gone for one, and there again, you know, that's what I'm talking about. A very, very uncharacteristic shot in many ways. So I'm not saying he doesn't like to play shots, but that really was wide, and he just threw the hands at it and nicked it. And Worcestershire in a bit of trouble here. 6 for 2, and there's just it feels wrong at the moment, if that makes sense, as though they're perhaps just not as focused as they should be, and if they're not careful, they could end up getting into a real mess here. Chance for Rob Jones against his old side, but again, he's probably fed up with coming in circumstances like this. And Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets this morning in short order, both falling to Anderson Phillip, who has figures of 2 for 4 from 2 overs, 1 maiden, and yeah, well, it's difficult, but somebody needs to just dig in here, I think, and just get things back on an even keel as Gareth Roderick comes out to have a chat with the incoming batsman Rob Jones.
Yes, certainly difficult, but that was a very, very loose shot by Kashif Ali. And yeah, maybe fatigued minds, but there's still quite a few members who have come out here today for the last game of the season, and I'm sure they want to see their side perform in a way that they want to see them play. They've done a great job this season. It isn't easy out there, though. We've just seen this all the way through, as Bailey it is to continue from the Diglis end over the wicket, and Roderick just prods that one out to mid-off, no run. Do you know, I actually got to touch and hold hand warmers for the first time this year. I'd never actually hold them. Well, I'm afraid I am not.
Describe them. That's
it was a little pouch thing.
The pouch ones, yeah.
Yeah.
They're sort of one use.
Yes.
One use ones, yeah.
Someone in Scotland gave them to me to try out. They're amazing.
Yeah, they're very good. Yeah.
In comes Bailey, next ball, again defended stoutly up to mid-off.
They last for about an hour. I got one of those ones, which is, well, I've got a couple actually. In the winter when I'm walking the dog, I use them a lot. I've got one which is like a rechargeable it's like a sort of pebble. It's the best way I can describe it. A sort of oval, egg-shaped almost, a bit flatter than an egg, and you recharge it, and it lasts for about 2 hours, and that's really good. But you can also get those sachet ones, you know, like that you put in hot water and they...
Bailey is in and just defended again, straight back to the bowl.
You put them in boiling water and they liquefy, and then you click a little metal thing and that sets them off, and then they go warm for a couple of hours and then solidify, and then you have to put them in boiling water again and they go soft again, and there's a little metal clicker, and when you click it, it does whatever it does and it sets them off again. So they're pretty good as well, I think, and they last a bit longer than the pouches.
This is a whole new world to me. I didn't know that there were different kinds.
You see, you're an Aussie girl, so you're not going to know about hand warmers.
It gets very cold where I'm from. In comes Bailey over the wicket and on the toes and punched down to mid-off again. That's been the defensive zone for Roderick.
But if you're listening and you're wondering what we're talking about, cricketers tend to, the hand warmers they use, they're like tea bags almost, aren't they? That's the way I would describe them.
Yeah, a big tea bag.
Yeah, and they're one use. You're not missing any cricket. They're putting some sawdust down for Tom Bailey. They're one use, but you can now buy these rechargeable ones that plug in obviously, and they have different settings on, and they're really good. And then, as I say, there are some... I've seen similar things for warming wine, like a sachet, like a sort of cylinder of gel. And when you click a little metal button on it, it starts to warm up. And you put your wine bottle in it. And
why would you warm up your wine?
Well, red wine. You need red wine at a certain temperature.
Oh, here's Bailey again. Sawdust is down. That's a thick outside edge, but it's managed to get between third slip and backward point. So that's 4 runs, a little bit more positivity. Roderick finding the way through, even if it was via an outside edge. Moves Worcestershire on to 10 for 2. Roderick on to 9. Jones is yet to face a ball.
Yeah, you'd warm up red wine if you're in England. Many people will do. It needs to be at a certain temperature. So, yeah, it's the same principle really. But anyway, it's a day for hand warmers. Let's put it that way.
But I just want to point out my hometown of Orange, which has not been mentioned enough this week. It actually snows there in the winter.
Yeah.
It gets very, very cold.
Yeah.
As Bailey runs in, bowls to Roderick and beats him on the outside edge. Good ball again. Roderick just stands there holding his bat skewed, knowing that that one's got the best of him. But at least there were some runs at over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire 10 for 2 with Roderick on 9, and Jones still yet to face a ball.
It might snow there in the winter, Mel, but if you've grown up there and you've never heard of needing to warm red wine, then obviously it doesn't snow there very often, does it?
It will snow maybe once a year,
Yeah,
not
well,
always in the town.
Actually, to be fair, we didn't have any proper snow here last year, I don't think, in Worcester.
My hometown is renowned for being very cold because it's very high up on the slopes of an extinct volcano.
Right.
So it does get rather chilly.
Here's Anderson Phillip, 2 wickets so far this morning, striding in with real purpose from the New Road end and bowling to Rob Jones, who is forward and pushing that one back up the pitch. Jones busy at the crease usually, doesn't stop moving, paces around, prods the pitch, has a habit of always completing a run when he hits a boundary. Jones, he'll hit the boundary and always complete and put his bat in at the far end, a sort of little superstition that he has.
I like that.
Hasn't had to do it many times in this game, obviously, but if he does hit a 4, you'll see him do it. Come on, Rob, do it now. 10 for 2, here's Phillip in, bowls to him, and he clips that one off his legs, and he might well do it. Keep an eye on him, If it goes for 4, and it does, well, he's completed 2, so he wouldn't have done it, but if he'd have been on the 1 there, he would have just put his bat in and then walked back up. Lovely shot, off the mark. He'll feel a lot better for that. 14 for 2. First time today that Phillip has gone into the pads at all. His line's been exclusively off stump and just outside. He's picked up 2 wickets. Libby caught and bowled. First ball of the day. Kashif Ali caught behind. Last ball of Phillip's second over of the day. Throwing the hands at a wide one that bounced, maybe, to be fair to him, a little bit more than he thought. Routine catch for Matty Hurst behind the stumps. Phillip again in, bowls, and Jones is steering this one down behind square on the offside for a single.
When you talk about the effort and the attitude at the end of the season, that was really good running between the wickets by this pair.
Yeah.
Really good. They absolutely haired that single.
Yeah. They've done that, Worcestershire, this season, to be fair. That's something we were talking about yesterday when I was off air. That, people are saying, Worcestershire have had a pretty good season. What would you put it down to? Apart from the obvious things, Phillip in bowls and on the back foot Roderick defends and there's no run. And, they haven't won anything. Let's not get carried away, but they've overachieved perhaps and put up with a lot of difficulties without going into too much more detail again. But one of the things they've done collectively is looked after the really important details around the game, which sometimes go unnoticed but don't necessarily require huge amounts of ability. Phillip in again, bowls, and this is sliced uppishly down to third man by Roderick for 4. So that takes him on to 9.
13.
Done it already. 13. It's just gone on, and 19 for 2. And and what I mean is running between the wickets, fielding, catching, things that everybody has to do, things that there's no excuse really for not doing them well if you really focus on them. And they've run well all year, I would say. There've been a couple of mistakes, a couple of run-outs, but generally they've been quite aggressive in their running. And any team can do that. Any team at all can do that. You don't need the world's best players to be good between the wickets. You just need to be focused and in tune with your partner. This one banged in. That was quick from Philip. Angry about being sliced down to third man and banged that one in. It was a good bouncer, but Roderick played it well. Kind of Desmond Haynes like the way that he played it. He didn't get inside it, he got outside it and allowed it to go over his left shoulder through to the keeper. So well negotiated, but a good end to the over from the impressive Anderson Phillips. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13. Worcestershire 19 for 2.
Well, you talk about run-outs, and you're going to get those at various points anyway. I think your point is really valid when you look back over a match or a session or a season or whatever. Probably the runs not taken because the running hasn't been good would be the most frustrating thing.
Yeah.
Here's Bailey. First ball, it's an attempted flick down the leg side by Jones, but he's not made contact. So just straying, it's all those times when you feel like you've left 10, 20, 30 runs out there. So if the attitude amongst the squad and the team is that they're not going to leave those runs out there when the effort gets them. Here's Bailey again. This time he does flick it through the leg side, just in front of square. Does Jones, and he's going to pick up another boundary, I think. Yes, just. And here he's not going to do it. I was waiting
if he'd have
for
been
him.
Halfway down that third one, he'd have done it. He let me down.
You've got me on Rob Jones' watch now. I'm trying to watch the ball and I'm trying to watch him. But that is another boundary.
Yeah,
so
timed it well,
he
didn't
did time it really well. Rob Jones moves on to 9 from the 5 deliveries he's faced. Worcestershire 23 for 2. So since this pair have been out there, things just moving on a little bit. Here's Bailey running in once more on his toes and just presses that one down to backward point. Does Jones?
It's become a one innings game, isn't it, really, this? A one innings, one day game, really, with the scores being level. And it's just a case of whether the weather holds and whether Worcestershire get enough runs on the board to make a game of it, really, I think.
Well, the way this game is going, I don't think it has to be that many runs to make a game of it.
125 run chase in one session.
Yep.
Could be quite interesting.
It'd be fun. Here's Bailey to Jones. He has that little walk down at the bowler. It was full and he just punches it straight past Bailey.
Weather forecast we need to look at, don't we?
I had a look earlier and it looked like it was going to be actually okay until maybe 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah. So a one session run chase, 125.
Oh, I'm here for that.
Yeah.
Let's get it on.
Season,
yeah. I would absolutely love that. As Bailey turns at the top of his mark, starts his run again in over the wicket to Jones, who does a little lightsaber leave on that one, swishing the bat over the ball.
Yeah. I'll just clarify that thing I said about Desmond Haynes. I remember seeing a coaching clinic. It's a long time ago. People might not remember much about Desmond Haynes. A lot will. Great West Indies opening batsman in a partnership with Gordon Greenwich. Played the quicks brilliantly, those guys. You know, they fought fire with fire, didn't they, the West Indies? And when teams came at them, they were perfectly capable of coping with it. But Haynes had a particular way of playing the bouncer.
In comes Bailey. This one's full and he's just played that nicely with soft hands down towards the deep third boundary. It's not going to go all the way. Damp outfield, ball slows up. But they will get another couple to add to the total. And that is the end of the over. So 25 for 2 now with Roderick on 13. And Jones going nicely at the start, 11 off 9.
And Desmond Haynes often played the bouncer, not by swaying back to the leg side or getting out of the way like that, but going inside the ball and almost facing the quick, shoulders square down the pitch, and then just rocking to his right and allowing it to go over his left shoulder, or even sometimes turning completely. Good radio this, I'm demonstrating his movements in the box. But I remember watching this coaching clinic where he described how much easier it was to do that, to watch the ball and then turn that way rather than to back away as people generally tend to do against the quick ball. This one outside the off stump from Philip, and Roderick is able, Jones I beg your pardon, is able to, no, it's Roderick, scoreboard hasn't changed over, yes it has now, he's able to leave that alone. But Roderick on that last ball of the previous over, that's exactly what he did. He sort of got into a position where he's almost looking as though he's going to hook it, and it's coming straight at him, and then just rocked to the right and allowed it to go over his left shoulder, watching it all the time.
When I was in the Caribbean for the men's T20 World Cup earlier this year, I emceed a couple of events, and one of them included Desmond Haynes, and he's a very funny man.
Philip in again, bowls left alone by Roderick through to the keeper. Yeah, I haven't met him, but apart from seeing this thing that he did as a coach, but yeah, just great player. He
took a real exception to the fact everyone always says Greenwich and Haynes, and the stand at the ground, of course, in Barbados, it is called the Greenwich and Haynes stand, and he was trying to start a campaign because it should actually be
Greenwich.
Haynes and Greenwich.
Ah, right, okay. Yeah.
I think it's more about the cadence. It's easier. Seems to make more sense to finish on one syllable.
Yeah. Philip again bowls, and Roderick pushes up to mid off. And there's no run. He's played. I remember him playing here for the West Indies in a tour game in the I think it was 88, probably 88 or 89 season, and Viv Richards was captain, and they had a big partnership together. And at one point, Haynes was dismantling the Worcestershire attack quite effectively, quite brutally, and Viv Richards was the non-striker, and I kid you not, I honestly kid you not, and we talked about running between the wickets, Viv Richards, the non-striker, as Phil Newport was bowling, Philip bowls this one, Roderick blocks, was sitting on his bat, like it was like a shooting stick. He put his bat behind him and sat with his arms folded on his bat and watched Haynes whacking it to all parts.
Oh, talk about adding insult
Phil
to injury.
Newport told me he was bowling, and he told me that he bowled one ball and Haynes hit it to the boundary, and he was exasperated. He turned round and Richards was sitting on his bat with the handle up where he was sort of sitting on it with his arms folded as though he was on a shooting stick, and Haynes hit this ball and Richard just went, "Sweet Desi, sweet." Philip in again, balls. That one is down the leg side, left alone. Or has it gone late outside the off stump anyway? Left alone by Roderick. Hurst moving to his left to take it, and there's no run. 25 for 2, more sawdust needed. Philip's working up a good bit of pace this morning. In his fourth over, he's picked up both the wickets to fall, 2 for 13. 25 for 2. But yeah, I've always loved that, and it just kind of, it did add insult to injury, I think, as far as Phil was concerned.
Oh, it'd be so demoralising.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It was the same game when, and Tim Curtis told me this. He skippered Worcestershire in that game. Phil Neal had a day off back in the day. I'd like to say 88 or 89, I think. And Tim skippered the side for the first time, I think, and was quite nervous and went out to the toss with Viv Richards, who was captain in the West Indies. Last ball of the over coming from Philip. A bowl short, nicely pulled away by Roderick, rolls his wrist, keeps it down, keeps the strike, gets a single. He goes to 14, 26 for 2 off 8, and he said Tim went out with his blazer on for the toss with Viv Richards, and he had the names of the team on a piece of paper to give to the opposition captain, doing it all properly, and he said to Viv Richards, "This is our team," and Viv Richards looked at him and just said, "You can play who you like."
Oh wow!
And that's the way they were in those days. That was the great West Indies side. It was, I'm pretty sure it was 88. It was when Graham Hick got a big score. Anyway, there you go.
Proper swagger.
Reminiscence, yeah. He did have a swagger, Viv Richards, and a great player. I'm going to leave you, Mel, and let Scott Reed come and have a chat.
Here's Bailey now, and the first ball is just a big stride forward, and defence goes towards mid-wicket by Roderick. No run. They're all got their hands in their pockets or behind their backs at the moment, and I imagine it's not too pleasant out there. It's reasonably bright, but it's chilly for a poor little Australian like myself. He's really not used to it and didn't come prepared because I wasn't sure that I was staying overnight. Here's Bailey again. And up on his toes in defence is Roderick. Ball rolls out to mid-off. No run again. As in comes Scott Reed for the first time today.
Good morning.
See, I love the way you say good morning. It makes me feel happy. It's nice when you come on the radio. Everyone at home is sitting there now going, I feel better about life because Scott Reed has just come on and said good morning. I'm telling you now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that.
That's true. Roderick waits as Bailey's in and he's forward in defence again and just pushing the ball out into the covers. No run.
I like that. That's lovely.
Ah.
Well, you've got to be cheerful, haven't you? It was a tough day for Lancashire yesterday, but, you know, these things happen. And
Yes. And you were in demand because everybody wanted to talk to you.
Yeah. For all the wrong reasons.
Not just because you're popular.
Never been more popular. Lancashire got relegated. Everybody wants to talk about it.
Look, it'll be the same thing this time next year. Everyone will want to speak to you because Lancashire have been promoted, eh?
Like that. That's the way to look at it.
It is. Here's Bailey again. It's just defended with a very straight bat by Roderick. He's been just keeping that ball out. Some bit of stoutness shown by Roderick and Jones, but still a willingness to score when the ball's there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, because I'm completely biased in this, and I'll admit that, I'm really hoping that Rob Jones gets some runs here and has a good little knock here on the final day of the season. Got a lot of time for Rob, and let's hope he is able to get out there and get some runs and enjoy a bit of batting. 3
slips for in as Roderick just punches the next ball defensively into the covers. No runs, so the runs have just dried up a bit in these last couple of overs.
Started pretty well, haven't they, Lancashire this morning? Anderson Phillip, he's definitely someone that you want to come try and bring back. I mean, there's nothing that we've seen across the 3 games so far in which he's played which would argue anything against trying to get him back for next season. Subject to availability, I don't know what his schedule looks like next year, but if he's someone that Lancashire could sign for the bulk of the season, I think he'd be a great signing.
Completely agree. Bailey in once more over the wicket, and this is just turned to square leg by Roderick, but mid-wicket running over, preventing the run. So tidy little spell of couple of overs here. Worcestershire 26 for 2 with Roderick on 14 and Jones on 11. We've had 9 overs bowled so far this morning. A chilly grey morning in Worcester, but we've really enjoyed our time here, haven't we?
I have. I've had a lovely 4 days. I mean, it's been difficult because it's not nice watching the team that you follow get relegated and having to speak to the lads and all the rest of it. But aside from that, it's been excellent. I've really enjoyed it. So and I'm really pleased for Worcestershire. It's such a nice, it's such an outstanding achievement for them to have had the season that they've had. And you know, if you're going to sign off for the season, this is a lovely place to do it, isn't it? I think. Here's Phillip in and bowling. That's defended by Jones. He wants a single. Actually, it's good running. Oh, I say good running. Let's just rewind the tape. He's pushed and it looked like a decent call that to begin with from Jones, and they set off quickly. But Gareth Roderick's been run out. He's just dropped it into the offside. They sprinted through. It looked like a really good positive single, but they've misjudged it, and Roderick's been run out for 14. And Worcestershire lose their 3rd wicket, 26 for 3.
Well, also, it might have been good running if the arm hadn't been so good.
Yeah, it was. It was a good piece of throwing, wasn't it?
Brilliant, direct hit. That's frustrating. We've been talking about, before you came on, talking about how good the running between the wickets has been, very positive and attacking, but on that occasion...
Yeah, and looking at the reaction of Rob Jones, maybe he's got a bit of responsibility in that, I think, unless it's just a sense of kind of disappointment and frustration that he's seen a teammate run out. But look, I mean, it looked the way that they set off, and they both seemed to agree. There was no hesitation. There was no like yes, no type thing.
No.
It was a little drop into the offside. Yeah, we go through for a single. And I thought with the lack of kind of hesitation between the two batters, that it looked like a pretty decent call. But Williams, it is that's done really well. It was an underarm throw, wasn't it, towards the stumps?
Yeah, the pick up and release was so quick.
Yeah.
He just did really well to get there. And that brings Adam Hose out. Now, he had a really tough time of it in the first innings. And I don't imagine it's going to get too much easier out there with the way that Phillip is bowling in particular. And he probably gets a bit of credit for that.
Miles up. Sorry, Mel.
Sorry, you just got the replay up.
Sorry, Mel.
You will be. No, I forgot what I was saying.
Sorry, entirely my rude amount. Just saw the replay. Yeah, he's miles out. We're not behind the bowler's arm, and we've got no monitor in front of us, so we're having to kind of scroll back on the live stream here. So
and I don't know what I was going to say though, so I'll pick it up after this.
Here's Anderson Phillip into Adam Hose, and that's left and through to the keeper. There's no run, so we're having to wait for the replays to come up on the screen to get a bit of a judgment as to what's going on. But yeah, he's an absolute mile out.
But it gives some credit for that run out, even brilliant fielding, obviously, but to Phillip and Bailey, because they have been keeping things so tight for the preceding few overs that the pressure was just mounting because they were getting a little bit stuck. So it's a sign of that mounting pressure that they did take off for a run that wasn't there ultimately.
No, it wasn't, by some distance, looking at the replay square on. Here comes Anderson Phillip then back into Adam Hose, balls again, that's pushed away into the offside. And there's no run, 26 for 3. What's the lead? I've lost track of where we're at now. What was I can't remember what the lead was on first innings. It was 3, wasn't it? So 20.
100, yeah, 3.
Okay.
Also scored 180, Lancashire 177.
Right. Okay.
So it's 29 run. No.
Yes.
29 run.
in front, yeah.
I need that Cray supercomputer again.
Oh,
Just
it was working overtime yesterday, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
He's producing all the wrong mathematical equations as far as Lancashire were concerned. Phillip for Lancashire from the new road end, balls again, turned away into the onside by Adam Hove. Just takes his bottom hand off the bat and just playing across the line there. Just working it out towards mid-wicket. He's just got a little bit of interest from Anderson Phillip with the way he played it. In the end, has clipped it pretty safely enough off the meat of the bat, but he's if he missed. And they got Phillip interested. Single for Worcestershire, they move on to 27 for 3. And Adam Hose gets his first run, brings Rob Jones back on strike.
And Rob Jones has looked good so far. He's played nicely. Might feel a bit of extra responsibility now after that last run out of Roderick.
Yeah, he was pretty disappointed, wasn't he, Jones, at the non-striker then? It's down the leg side. It's a wonderful take by Matty Hurst. He's gone kind of cartwheeling away to his left. Sticks out his left glove. Takes a good catch.
He did really well there, actually. So it would have gone to the boundary if he hadn't stopped it.
Yeah, just back of a length that delivery from Phillip, but it took off.
A couple have, when the bowlers have been bowling from this new road end, we saw that yesterday, just a couple of times a bounce really surprised the batters.
27 for 3, and a delivery to go of the 10th over of the Worcestershire second innings, lead by 30. Phillip tearing his way back in, balls again forward, solidly on the front foot there of Jones in defence. And there's no runs, so that's the end of the over. It started with the run out, and it's ended with a couple of dot balls as well, just a single coming off it. So 27 for 3, a lead of 30 now for the home side.
And I'm glad that there are quite a few people who've come out here today as well, because it does always feel like just a bit poignant, this sort of last day of the season, doesn't it? Seeing people starting to send in messages on Twitter and the old winter well. And, but the thing is, there's always next season to look forward to.
It feels like a long way off at this point, but it'll soon be here.
Oh, it'll come around quickly enough. And if it was there all the time, then you wouldn't miss it.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
That's true.
It's, if it was there all the time, we'd take it for granted. So 3 slips still in for Hose as Bailey comes in over the wicket. He just presses forward into the covers. It's immediately fielded, no run. Will Williams there in the covers, who was responsible for that run out.
Yeah, sharp piece of fielding, wasn't it?
And sure was.
By Williams. Just to give him his full Sunday name.
Is he William Williams?
Oh, he's William Williams, all right.
He is William Williams.
Oh, he absolutely is, yeah.
That's quite incredible.
Oh, it's marvellous, isn't it?
In comes Bailey, and it's another push to William Williams, who picks it up one-handed as he jogs across from cover. I mean, there's the old, first name as a last name kind of club, but I don't know how many cricketers have a first name that's also essentially their last name.
No.
Can't be too many of those.
He's very special that way. He's got his own unique name.
Yeah. In comes Bailey again to Hose, who leaves this one alone as he steps forward, raises his arms and his bat, whistles through, no run.
Cracking lad, actually, Will. He's been an excellent signing for Lancashire. I think he's had a bit of a quieter season than he would have liked. But he's not the only one. That's the reason why Lancashire are relegated, because there've been too many players who have not had good seasons. But in the main, for the last couple of years, he's been terrific. He's been a really good bowler, and yeah, he's a smashy lad, New Zealander. And he's been over here now for a couple of years.
Bailey in now over the wicket, and another stride forward, thuds the ball into the covers where the aforementioned Kiwi Will Williams is being kept pretty busy.
Yeah, he's not an overseas signing either for Lancashire. It's been a real bonus for them for the last season or two, because he has a British passport. His mum is British. I think she was born in Kent. He's from Christchurch, and he's kind of renounced. He's kind of New Zealand right to play cricket in New Zealand.
Bailey in, and it's just this time defended just in front of the fielder at backward point. They'll pick up a single. The ball sent back in. He's from Christchurch. He's a qualified flying instructor.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I've never actually spoken to him about this, so I've no idea if what that says is true. But there's no reason to disbelieve it. But people have said this to me before. I need to have a conversation with him at some point about this.
Well, it doesn't say, when I was just doing a little bit of research, it says qualified flying instructor. It doesn't say qualified pilot. But surely you have to be a qualified pilot to be a qualified flying instructor, as Bailey is in, and this one's just flicked away through square leg, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. So a little bit of relief there. Lovely shot from Jones. He's looked good at times and picked up a few boundaries. He moves on to 15. Worcestershire 32 for 3 now, and that's the end of the over from Bailey. That's his 6th over, and he's got figures of none for 17. Yeah, so
they kind of go hand in hand, you'd think, wouldn't you?
But it's just interesting for me that. Because I go and I look at various profiles. It says qualified flying instructor as opposed to qualified pilot. Why would you say one? And I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, maybe you just of the assumption. Therefore, obviously, by definition, he's a pilot. But actually, he's even better than being just a pilot. He's a qualified instructor.
Right.
Like a super pilot. He's Top Gun.
Maverick.
Yeah, and listen in and balls to Adam Hose. That's pushed away into the offside. There's no run. We've got our very own Maverick playing for Lancashire.
That should be his nickname. That surely should be his nickname. He should be Maverick.
Well, they call him kind of Will Squared or something, or at least the social media people.
No.
That's a bit.
I think he should be Maverick.
I like
The Lancashire Maverick.
Yeah.
That's
Unless this is all rubbish and made up and invented this story about him being a...
Well, you've got an investigative task.
Oh, I think I might wait till next year. Here comes some Philippine balls driven straight down the ground. Lovely shot by Adam Hose. But Adam will eventually catch up with it. Nice straight drive underneath the fingertips of Anderson Phillip, who's just trying to stop it low to his right off his own bowling. Couple for Hose. He gets his first runs. And Worcestershire move on to 32 for 3. Maybe one for a quiet pre-season day.
I expect when we meet again in next season, I want you to be able to tell me the full story about his flying history.
Okay.
And instructing history.
Okay. Phillip over the wicket, balls to Hose. It beats him. Through it goes to Hurst. And there's no run. He did a bit of commentary with us for a warm-up match earlier this season. It was when the teams were playing, the 50 over warm-up game against their neighbouring national county side. That'd have been the perfect. Because we were just chatting about, we were just chatting away. We weren't really chatting about anything. So that would have been a perfect spot, wouldn't it, to explore that?
Yeah, well, it's nice of you to admit your failures.
Yeah, I've got so many. I mean, if I admitted them all, we'd never even get a single ball of coffee. So I try to just keep them sporadic. Otherwise, nothing can get done. 34 for 3. Here comes Phillip in balls again. That's defended by Hose.
That was such a good interview that I never did.
I spent most of my life thinking I should have asked that question, and I didn't.
Oh, I'm with you. No, I understand that. Well, next time you will, because Usman Khawaja's a qualified pilot.
Okay, right.
He was, he was getting his licence before he played for Australia.
And he played for Lancashire. So if this story is true, how many county sides have had qualified pilots playing for them?
Well, this is a good question. There's a stat. There's a stat.
That no one can find out and no one's interested in. There's Phillip back in from the New Road end, balls a short ball to Hose. Through it goes to Hurst and there's no run.
To be fair, they're the best stats, aren't they?
Yeah.
Who you can look up stats guru, anyone can do that, but a county to have had more than one qualified pilot, that's something I'd be up for.
I'm not quite sure where you begin with that one. Is that on anyone's database? Drew Sampson's database?
The databases that are out there, it wouldn't surprise me if someone did.
34 for 3. Here's Phillip into Hose. Tries to catch it. It's down the leg side. I'm not sure there's much bat on that because it just about reached the keeper. What's he given that? He's given that as a bye. So Hurst went away to his left to stop it, but nothing on it. So a bye signalled by the umpire. That completes the over. I think he does. Yes, we're at 12, and it's 35 for 3. Hose on 4, and Jones on 15.
Sorry, I've just had Frank Watson to come in and tap me on the shoulder and say, "Told you how good the running between the wickets has been." Oh dear, we were doing that. It's just the way it goes, isn't it? Whenever you talk up something, and I don't believe in the commentator's curse. It doesn't exist.
It's nonsense. I agree.
It is nonsense. We're not that powerful. You might be, but I certainly am not that powerful. As we see, it's Bailey's going to continue for another over from the Diglis end. It's Hose on strike, the left-hander, waits and just does the old lightsaber leave again, swishing the bat over the top.
And presumably Usman Khawaja would have to, and indeed the case with Williams if he is qualified pilot, you presumably have to do so many flights like every year to sustain your license.
Yeah, it's a number of hours, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the number of flying hours, you'd have to keep that up.
Yeah.
So I wonder where he does it here. It's handy. Get him to fly the team around. In comes Bailey. Hose just pushes forward and down to mid-on, no run.
I'm not so sure that's going to be within expenses budgets for Lancashire, to be honest with you. Just about afford the petrol of the coach.
Yeah, we'll save money by using him as the pilot, but it's just going to cost us a fortune for the plane. Where did they do their pre-season? Is it because they were in the UAE last year, weren't they?
They did. I think I went a little bit to the UAE, and then they went to India for some games as well. So yeah, they got about a little bit last year.
In comes Bailey, and that's nicely driven by Hose, but straight up to Josh Bohannon, mid-off, no run.
But I'm not so sure if Willie Williams' licence allows him to fly the A380 or something from Manchester.
Well, if only someone had asked him about his career as a flying instructor, we might know the answer to this.
I know. Must do better.
Oh, stop it. Now you're making me feel guilty for getting a rise out of you.
Next pre-season, or this next winter.
Find out.
Yeah.
Find out for me. Bailey, those long legs flying in, and that's just played nicely into the leg side. Mid-wicket running around square leg to keep it to just a single. And takes the score to 35 for 3. Hose moves on to 5. Rob Jones now on strike. It's got a really soft quality, the light, hasn't it? This is what happens over here. This is usually my signal that I need to fly south for the summer like a migratory bird.
I love that.
Keep her up to the stumps as Bailey is in, and it's Jones just smothering that one. Almost lost his balance too as he stepped forward, but he's got Matty Hurst right on his heels there now, keeping him in the crease.
You can tell by the quality of the light that it's time to fly south.
It is. I am like a migratory bird. Starts to do something to my physiology where I need to fly away. Bailey is into Jones, who just took a couple of little steps forward, but not out of his crease. And Matty Hurst just took that ball and whipped the bails off, just for good measure, to remind him that he is there lurking. It's the end of the over from Bailey. Worcestershire 36 for 3. Lost a wicket on the first ball of the morning, and a couple more to follow. So it's been that sort of game that has moved on very quickly throughout.
Yeah, it's got a very autumnal feel to it, hasn't it, today?
I told you, it's the quality of light. It changes. It really does. And bells have stopped now as well. They were peeling away this morning. I did try to go to the cathedral and have a mooch, as we discussed. Well, I went down to the river and then I walked up a path. Then there was a sign saying I couldn't go one way.
Oh, right. It's not a good start, is it? Philip for Lancashire. And again to Hose. It's defended. Plays it back down the pitch and there's no run.
But I found another path and I found an open door.
Right.
But I wasn't into the main cathedral. It was to something, I think it was called the College Hall. So I wasn't sure. It was sort of only half open. So I was kind of sticking my head in, not sure if I was supposed to really be in there. So I saw that. But then I walked out and around again, and there was a sign saying no unauthorised access. And then I couldn't find another way to get round to the front of the cathedral.
You just couldn't find a way in.
I just couldn't find a way in.
Here's Philip in, balls to Hose. It's defender. He's playing it from the crease, carefully steering the ball out towards backward point with his bat in front of his body. There's no run.
So I mooched around outside the cathedral, but couldn't find my way in. And then I thought, if I don't leave now and walk down here, after staying overnight so that I would be here for the start of play, I'd miss the start of play. So, yeah,
it's frustrating, right?
It is a bit. I'm looking across at it now, thinking I was so near and yet so far of getting inside the cathedral.
Just couldn't find the front door.
I could not find the front door. And Tanya Aldred, who's here, she did the same thing.
It's Philip to Hose, who plays forward, just rocks onto the front foot and pushes defensively to mid-off where there's no run.
I don't know if she was just saying that to make me feel slightly less stupid, but she said she did the same thing last night, went to have a look, and she actually couldn't find her way in either. So it's very mysterious, the the entrance to Worcester Cathedral. They don't want you finding it.
A secret entrance.
It's a secret entrance. It's somewhere out there.
Well, somebody was in there because the bells were chiming, weren't they?
Well, they probably know the way in.
Yeah, they know the secret entrance.
Yeah, a secret entrance.
36 for 3, Philip over the wicket to Hose. Oh, that just pops in Hose, and he gets right on top of the bounce, but takes his bottom hand off the bat. He's played it safely and carefully into the offside, and there's no run.
He's copped some brutal balls as Adam Hose, so I don't want to see him take a knock on the hand or something like that. It's been a tough examination for him.
Yeah, it's been a really good opening spell again, this, hasn't it, by Philip? 2 for 17 from 6.4 overs this morning. And, I don't think it's the ideal firm run-ups for him as he tears his way back in and balls again to Hose, a short ball which he ducks underneath, and through it goes to Hurst, and there is no... Oh, it's called that a no ball. Umpire spins round and signals a no ball towards the scorers, who used to be in the box to our left, but they're not there. I actually don't know where they are now. They're in this area somewhere, but I've been so long used to seeing the scorers in the little box away to our left, but they've obviously been relocated somewhere else. I don't know where Chris is. Chris Rimmer's final day of his time with Lancashire as their first team scorer, and indeed with the club. He's been with the club for 25 years, Chris.
Wow.
And he's been first team scorer for about 10 of them. Philip balls again to Hose, and just shuffling half forward and defending back down the pitch, and there's no run. And he's decided to retire, as Chris, so this is his last day as Lancashire scorer. He had a lovely send-off last week at Old Trafford for his final home match as scorer. He's got a nice presentation from the players and some gifts, and he was quite emotional, was Chris, as he was again this morning, by all accounts. I've not seen him, but I've been told. So I need to try and find Chris before the day's done, because I won't see him again until... Well, I'm sure I'll see him next summer, but he's off on a little break through the course of the winter. The final day for Chris Rimmer, Lancashire scorer. Here's Philip, balls again, short once more, better directed this time. And through to Hurst. End of the over. 38 for 3, Worcestershire. We've had an hour of play on this final day, the final day of the season. Worcestershire now lead Lancashire by 41 runs, with Hose on 5 and Jones on 15.
Frank and I were discussing this could end up being quite fun. We could have a 125 run chase in a session.
Oh, that'd be good.
You know,
that'd be nice.
I'm manifesting it by sending the thoughts out to the players right now. Even though I said I'm not that powerful for things like commentator's curse, I'm still trying to manifest it.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
I'm also going to leave you now because Frank's hovering.
Here comes Bailey, starts a fresh over, defended by Jones, and this time they decide that that's a better chance to take a single. In fact, they've come back for 2 by the time that's been eased away out through the offside, out towards the point boundary. So Jones shuffling back for a couple. He moves on to 17. Yeah, 17 to Jones, and Worcestershire 40 for 3. Lead now of 43 runs. Still got Matty Hurst, Lancashire's wicket-keeper, standing up with Bailey from the Diglis end, and 3 slips in behind him as well. Bailey looking for his first wicket. Balls again to Jones. That's wrapped him on the pad. Up goes the finger. And Jones peering back down towards where his front foot was, having got a decent stride in. But the finger raised and Jones departs, and Bailey gets his first, and Worcestershire are 4 down, 40 for 4. And Frank Watson's back alongside.
Yeah, 40 for 4, and we've just been speculating in the press box next door about what could happen. I was suggesting earlier when Mel was on that a one-session run chase might be a nice way to finish the season on a tricky pitch, but in order to set up a one-session run chase, I think Worcestershire have got to add another 100 or so, you would have thought, at least, because they are currently only, well, what is it, 43 ahead. So they need to just somehow tip the balance in favour of the bat, which it hasn't been, which is probably, I was going to say when I came back on, all the more annoying that they've had a run out. And there was me this morning while you weren't here, Scott, saying one of the things they've done this season is run between the wickets particularly well. And there've been I said there's been a couple of run outs, but generally it's been pretty good, and sure enough the next wicket to go down was a run out. But yeah, it's still tricky out there, isn't it? It has been throughout the game. The ball is still quite new, nipping around, and I don't think anybody's ever, at any stage really, apart from perhaps those late flurries in both the Worcestershire and Lancashire first innings, any batters have ever really looked in on this surface, and it's continued in the same way today. The mood set really by the wicket falling with the very first ball of the day. So Rob Jones's season comes to a close. He's out for 17, batted pretty well.
Yeah.
Hit 3 fours, but at no point did he ever really look in, and that has been the nature of it really since day one.
I think that's hit him on the back leg, that.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, I think that's a fair decision.
Yeah, that looks out to
He's
me.
wondering whether maybe his back leg's outside the line of off stump, I think, but
I don't think so.
no, I think that's all.
Yeah, I think there was a resignation about the way he dragged himself off the field, which was seen a lot this season, going in difficult circumstances in April and September against the Duke, and he got a limited time out there.
Here's Bailey back into D'Oliveira, who's down the pitch. Just drops the ball away towards mid-wicket. Oh, another direct hit at the stumps. D'Oliveira then slips as he tries just to put on the brakes, having got through, but clearly a sharp piece of work.
That must have been close. That must have been close. I don't think we're not going to be able to see on the replay, are we? See. No, he's in, isn't he? He's in. He is quick.
He needs to be as well. Because he was in, but not by much.
No, it would have been annoying to lose another one to a run out. After just saying that, brightening up the skies a bit. Pleased to say, Brady's forecast for late afternoon, but I do fancy the idea of a run chase in one session, 130, 140 or something like that, and on this pitch, it's never going to be easy.
It give a bit of something to the final day, rather than just kind of fizzling out.
Yeah, absolutely.
To nothing. Hose on strike. He's barely over the wicket. Balls again. Plays forward. Comes off the inner half of the bat. And the ball bouncing out towards backward square leg for a single to Adam Hose. He moves on to 6. It's 42 for 4.
Yeah, it's been hard work, isn't it?
Yeah.
For the batters in this game, generally speaking. Especially the sort of top order. There's always 7, 8, 9 come in, play a few shots, and there's always a bit less pressure on them. But the guys whose job it is to make the runs are the ones who have been really pushed in this game, I think.
Tom Bailey comes over the wicket. Balls. Well, that's played really well by D'Oliveira. Goodness, he's got 4 for it, down to third man. But that really did lift on D'Oliveira. Not only is he able to control it, but he's able to guide the ball, maybe with a touch of good fortune along the way, I'm sure, but down towards third man for 4. He's played that really well.
Yeah, just looking at that Rob Jones LBW again, I think he'd have been pretty gutted if you were the bowler and that hadn't been given, I think so, to be fair. Yeah. I think, as you say, back leg, and pretty much in front of off, wasn't it, I think?
46 for 4. D'Oliveira on 5. You got Worcestershire skipper. 3 slips go. Settling into position. Bailey in again and balls. Oh, he's bowled him. And Worcestershire 5 down, and Bailey has his second. And Worcestershire's lead's a slender one. And they've lost 5 wickets inside the first hour and 10 minutes this morning. 46 for 5. Lead by 49, the home side. And Bailey picks up his second of the day.
Yeah, you're right about Rob Jones looking at that replay that he looked back because he genuinely thought he'd got outside off with his back leg, but he hadn't, I don't think, and that was why he took a while to drag himself away. Brett Oliveira, no doubt about that, middle stump out of the ground, and he's had a great return to the side since injury in the second part of the Red Bull campaign, but that hasn't been replicated in this final game. So off he goes for 5. The men out then. Roderick without scoring. Beg your pardon, Libby without scoring. Cashy for 1. Roderick for 14. Jones for 17. And Oliveira for 5.
Straight through in that, Frank, really.
Sorry?
Just
Straight through.
Yeah, just watching back on the...
Ethan Brooks, the new batsman, coming to the crease. Just having a look at the Oliveira dismissal again. Batting on off stump. And yeah, well, it must have nipped back because it appeared to pitch about off stump and then
hit middle, hasn't it?
Hit middle. So yeah, I'll just take the opportunity, Scott. You're mentioned in this. I've received a lovely message from Peter Quantrill, who's just saying how much he enjoys listening to our commentaries throughout the season, but he says it's also lovely to hear how Worcestershire seems to have become everyone's favourite second team. Scott today and Dick Davis down at Essex and others have all remarked how pleased they are about Worcestershire staying in Division 1. Probably because they get a nice trip here to New Road. But
next season, I don't.
There's been lots of... no, you don't, do you, Scott? No. But there've been lots of people saying that, and I'm not sure about whether it is genuinely Worcestershire's are their favourite second team, or whether they just think, as a lot of people do, as Anderson Phillip continues, he's been unchanged from the New Road end, and he bowls to Hose. That was wide outside the off stump and left alone. I just think it's a recognition around the country from a lot of people who are quite close to the game and understand the trials and tribulations of, shall we say, the smaller counties. A recognition of the circumstances that Worcestershire have found themselves in for all sorts of reasons this year, and the fact that they've made a go of it, and also, you know, it's a lovely place to come, isn't it, New Road? So we're very lucky, those of us that are here all the time. Don't perhaps appreciate how much visitors enjoy it. Quick single here for Hose, just dropped down on the onside, and good running. Through they go for 1. Important to keep the scoreboard ticking over. 47 for 5. Hose goes to 7. He's faced 28 deliveries. It's always remarkable to watch Adam Hose, I think, in red ball cricket, because he's only got 1 red ball 100. He's not made a huge number of runs this year. He's a big character in the side, very important player, but so different to watching him play white ball cricket, where he's absolutely explosive. And it's the old conundrum for the modern cricketer, isn't it? As Phillip in again, bowls to Brooks, who leaves that outside the off stump, and there's no run. Whether you play so much white ball cricket and you become so good at clearing the ropes and at keeping the scoreboard moving at more than a run a ball most of the time, and then you get into circumstances like this, and you haven't necessarily got the technique to cope with the moving duke on a helpful surface. But Ethan Brooks is an interesting example to talk about with regard to that, as Anderson Phillip is in and bowls to him, and he's off the mark, turning this down to long leg for a single, because he got very little opportunity in the red ball game at Edgbaston, came here and had to wait to get into the side, played in the white ball competitions right from the start and was superb. I mean, I've never seen anybody more comfortable reverse sweeping than Ethan Brooks in any level whatever. He almost plays it as easily as he would play a forward defensive, and he came into the white ball side and did really, really well. Also brilliant in the field, very good with the ball. in a kind of Ravi Bopara kind of way, lots of variations, no great pace. Philip to Hose, lovely drive from Hose, but straight to mid-off. And then got his chance in the Red Bull side, almost through injuries and so on, but has proved that he's been given the opportunities, that he has managed to adapt his skills. Made his first 100 at Hampshire in a losing cause last week. But in that game at Essex that Worcestershire won, so importantly, 3 weeks ago, Brooks played a particularly good innings in that game, where the white ball skills were very much to the fore. Philip bowls outside the off-stump, Hose leaves, taken by the keeper, end of the over, 48 for 5. And against Simon Harmer on a turning pitch, he reverse swept him against the spin regularly, and also swept him conventionally with the spin, and it really did annoy Simon Harmer. You could tell that he hadn't really expected to be treated like that. His field had to be adjusted and so on, and it was a real sign for me of a young player who has a set of white ball skills which, given the opportunity, he's been able to adapt for the red ball game. And I think when you look forward, that's more and more the sort of cricketer that we're probably going to be seeing develop in the county game, I think. Hope that all makes sense. Bit of a ramble, but
no, I think it's quite. I was chatting last week to Anthony Gibson about perhaps on the flip side of that, as Bailey starts his latest over, he's still twirling in from that far end, left alone by Brooks through to the keeper, no run, and someone like Tom Abel, basing his game on red ball skills and the red ball defence and technique, and then adapting it to become actually a really good white ball player.
Yeah.
Which I think again is quite an interesting, because that feels
the
like
other way round,
and maybe something that, as you say, you're less likely to see.
Tom Banton would be another example of what I'm talking about, I think, really.
So I suppose it doesn't ultimately really matter which way you do it, as long as the basic skills are there, the technique's there, the ability's there, whether it's white ball or red ball. Barely beats Brooks.
Yeah, my argument is about leaving the ball. I think that Ben Duckett is the perfect example. He never leaves the ball, almost never leaves the ball. And if you're going to bat in the top four against a Duke in April, May and September, if you don't leave it, you're going to nick it, I think, at some stage. And we saw that in the first innings here for both sides, I think.
48 for 5. There's Tom Bailey over the wicket, bowled again. Brooks this time gets 4 and defends, no run. Yeah, again, that gets how do they try to adapt to the skills that you've got, whether it's based on a white ball game or based on a red ball game, to the circumstance that you're presented with.
Yeah,
I think it's quite an interesting. I think it's interesting how that has developed and evolved with younger cricketers coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ethan Brooks is for me is the epitome of that. Came through the pathway at Warwickshire as an under 15. He was a top order batter who played straight down the ground, showed the full face.
Well, he waits and leaves his next delivery, nips through into the gloves of Hurst, in addition to the score.
And then as his game has developed, he's become, that kind of multifaceted cricketer. Like I say, when he bowls, he wants to put a bit of pace on so that he can do more of a job in this competition. But when he bowls in white ball, it's all about variations of pace, little one out the back of the hand, little knuckle ball, really mixing it up. And it's all about little reverses and switch hits. He got some runs against Lancashire, didn't he? I think in the T20 here.
Bailey into Brooks. That's turned out to mid-wicket this time. There's no run. Slightly straighter ball by Bailey, which Brooks has to play.
I'll just check that. I think he did. He played quite an important part in that game, I think.
Well, that previous delivery that Bailey sent down, not the one that he just turned to mid-wicket, the one before that is a really good example of that. You mentioned leaving the ball, because that's a lovely ball by Bailey, a really good line and length by Tom Bailey that's just tempting Brooks into playing a shot, and he didn't. Ability to just allow it to go through on that occasion, and again rocks onto the front foot and defends the off stump, just pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Another good over that by Bailey, probing away as Lancashire have done. The two bowlers have bowled so far unchanged in this hour and 20 minutes with Worcestershire 48 for 5.
Oh, he made. I knew I remembered one shot. He made 10 off 9, but he hit a 6 with a reverse over square leg, I think, over point, or it might have been a conventional sweep. But I know he came in and hit one of his first deliveries for 6 in that game that we were covering here at the end of May, and Worcestershire managed to beat Lancashire in that T20.
It's good. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good win.
Yeah, Tom Taylor in the last over. Was that the win? I think. Yeah, it was a good game. George Balderson is into the attack. So Anderson Phillip bowled absolutely beautifully this morning. Picked up the first 2 wickets to fall. One with the first ball of the day. Comes out of the attack with figures of 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. And Balderson starts from the New Road end with one that nips back in at Hose and hits him not as painfully as he was hit in the first innings when he went down for some time, but that one hits him up by the hip, and he is discomforted by it. 2 for 45 in the first innings, George Balderson, and coming on at a good time here with the Worcestershire batsman under pressure on a chilly, cloudy morning here at New Road. Balderson in again, bowls and Hoses forward, pushes back up the pitch to him. Adam Hose 7 off 32 deliveries now, and what started that conversation that we've just had about white and red ball relative skills was this innings from Hose, who is quite liable in a white ball game to come in and clear the ropes in the first 2 or 3 deliveries he faces. That's the sort of way that he plays in that kind of cricket. Different kettle of fish altogether here as he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. And I've said before that I'm a big fan of Adam Hose. He's not got a huge number of runs this year, and quite a few people often draw attention to that. I've had a message this morning from somebody who said, he's been struggling, but he's a big character, and when he has made some quite important 20s and 30s, in low scoring games at crucial times. He's gone this time. No, he's not. He's played and missed. There's a big appeal for a caught behind. I thought I'd done him there, but he's got away with it. But he's made some important 20s and 30s, and as I say, quite an important character in the dressing room. And what I really admire is that he still has that hunger to do it at red ball cricket, which is why he moved from Warwickshire, where he could have had a healthy white ball contract, one imagines, for quite a long time, but he decided to come here because he wanted to play red ball cricket. It still matters to him. Balderson bowls and he drives nicely through mid-wicket. Won't go all the way, will it? It'll keep the fielder interested. It does go all the way. Bit of a clumsy attempt, if I'm honest, in the end, by Tom Bailey to stop it with his foot. He didn't fancy a dive into the mud. Tried to flick it back with his foot and he didn't. So 4 to Hose. He goes to 11 off 35 and the 50 is up. They've sort of limped to 50, 52 for 5. But just to say, a player not in his earliest years who still wants to crack it at red ball is something, in my book anyway, something to admire. And it's the opposite really, isn't it, of a lot of players. Balderson bowls and Hose drives straight down the ground, and that will not go all the way. It will get close, but this time it does. I was going to say it's flicked back just inside the rope by Joshua Hannam, but he missed it with his hand and he got dirty and it went for 4. So successive boundaries for Hose, 15 off 36 now to him, 56 for 5. And just to complete that point, there's lots of players now, aren't there, not just in England but all over the world, who are quite happily going around the world, and I don't blame them for a minute, making good money playing franchise cricket and having a great time. But I just think somewhere in the psyche of Adam Hose is a man who says, I know I can do that, and I've done that to some extent, but I still want to prove to myself that I can make runs in red ball cricket. And as a purist, I love that. It's great.
6 for 5. It's hard going for Hose at the minute, but he's gutsing this out for Worcestershire. It's been another challenging day for batters, as it has been through the course of the match so far. Tom Bailey will continue. 10th over, comes over the wicket and bowls. Brooks just drops the ball into the offside. There's no run. It's actually, you could see how wet the outfield, how soft the outfield is actually. The way that when Barnum fielded that ball, he was absolutely filthy.
Yeah.
Slightly grassy, muddy patches out towards the boundary edges, but great effort by the ground staff to get it ready for as much cricket as we've had.
I agree. It's interesting you mentioned mud, because it just made me think of something then about uncovered pitches.
Bailey to Brooks, that's left.
And I'm sure you're not old enough to remember this, but there will be people listening who will remember this. If there are, I'd love to hear from you on X or Twitter at FrankWatson58 if you'd like to get involved in anything we talk about. But as a kid, you may have seen pictures, Scott, in old books, I don't know, but as a kid, when players did a lot more gardening on the pitch than they do now because of uncovered pitches, and you get divots and they'd flatten them out, you would regularly see both batsmen.
Here comes Bailey, balls again to Brooks. And that's tapped away into the onside.
And they would have their bats, which they'd use to do a bit of gardening, as we called it, and there would be a triangle of mud. A dark triangle at the base of the bat, because the bats tended to have a swell on the back and then flatten out, and there would be a triangle, and they would use that to bang down. I'll find a picture in a minute, but regularly you would see pictures of cricketers and you'd look at their bats, and the back of the bat, there's a triangle at the bottom that's just dark from mud.
It's Tom Bailey from the Digless end, balls driven away by Brooks. Another good stop by Bohannon, who's got to cross the ground quickly to his left at mid-off, but Brooks gets through for a single, doubles his score with that, moves to 257 for 5. Lead now is 60 for the home side. Brings Adam Hose back on strike. Hose 15 not out. A couple of quick wickets for Bailey, backing up the wickets for Anderson Phillip, and the run out through the course of the morning. 5 wickets Lancashire have taken. Looking for a 6 as Bailey's in. Chopped away through the offside by Hose. Good looking shot. 4. Runs away out towards deep backward point. Guided that one nicely away off the back foot. Out towards the point boundary. He moves on to 19. Just a little bit of width there for him to work with. And he made the most of it. 61 for 5. 19 to Hose now. Lancashire have got still the 3 slip fielders. So they've got George Bell and Keaton Jennings and Harry Singh, and 3 on the offside. George Balderson just at backward point. Will Williams at cover. Josh Bohannon's at mid-off. And then 3 on the leg side. Anderson Phillip at mid-on. Rocky Flintoff's at mid-wicket. And Luke Wells on the fine leg boundary. Bailey bouncing in over the wicket again. Forward goes Hose off the front foot, just trying to find a space to the left or right of Williams at cover. But Will Williams is equal to that, pouncing away to his left to stop the ball. And there's no addition to the score, so 5 runs coming off that over. Worcestershire 61 for 5, and they lead Lancashire by 64 runs.
I'm trying to find a picture of players with dirty bats, but I can't. I'll have to look in an old book or something, see if I can find one around the ground. But I'm sure lots of people will know what I'm talking about. So you would tap the pitch down as you do with the end of the bat, as you see players still doing now. Indeed, we're watching Adam Hose do that. But if there were big divots, players would literally turn the bat over and whack it with the back of the bat and use the bit down at the bottom. I suspect a search for someone like Brian Close or someone like that will produce the right sort of image, but certainly in the 60s and 70s they were doing that. Here's Balderson in to Brooks, who is on the walk and just pushes this one out on the offside. Will Williams is warming up at cover at square leg to suggest that he will replace Bailey shortly. It's been quite a lengthy opening spell by these two bowlers this morning. They both, Phillip and Bailey, put a good stint in. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 31 Bailey. And Phillip, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. Balderson into Brooks. And he's just leaning forward and pushing this one back up the pitch. 61 for 5 then, Worcestershire. 64 is the lead. We are secretly here in the commentary box hoping that they can get that lead, or I am anyway, hoping they can get that lead up to about 150 and then set Lancashire an exciting little run chase in maybe one session, 1 and a bit sessions later today. Balderson into Brooks, bowls, and it's pushed out on the onside, and there's no run. And I suspect, that's what Worcestershire would like to do. There's nothing on it. It doesn't really matter who wins, whether it's a draw or whatever. Nobody wants to lose, but it doesn't really matter. But it would make for an enjoyable end to the season. And as I say that, the sun makes its first proper appearance of the day. And Balderson bowls and Brooks is on his toes on the back foot, playing up to mid-on.
And if that was the case, and Lancashire, for example, successfully chased the runs down, then I mentioned this the other day, that they would actually end the season with 4 wins,
Yeah.
which is more wins than last year.
Yeah.
They finished 5th last year.
Yeah, more wins than Worcestershire. Yeah, that would be, well, and that just actually says something about the way they play for the rest of the time, I suppose. As Scott Reed departs, and Mel Farrell will come back in alongside me as this one is played out on the onside by Brooks, and there's no run. 61 for 5. Got the woolly hat on, Mel.
I've got the woolly hat on, which was
And the poncho.
gift. Well, it's a scarf, but a very big scarf.
Thick one, yeah.
It's been kindly donated by Tanya Aldred from The Guardian. Here's Brooks
Balderson.
Balderson it is too, sorry.
End of the over. Sorry, I've done that
sorry.
one. Yeah, you can have the next one.
Sorry. I've come in and I'm all
So
over.
keen
Oh,
to
sorry. Yeah.
We nearly had another run out. You weren't. I saw you were actually trying to fix the coffee machine at the time, but I looked around for you because after my ridiculous comments about how brilliant Worcestershire's running between Urquhart had been, we saw Gareth Roderick get run out, and Brett D'Oliveira, even though he is now out, he almost ran himself out, getting off the mark. It was direct hit, and he was just home. But I suppose, being serious for a minute, 61 for 5, and we've just talked about the possibility again of a run chase. I suppose it just shows that the batters are so aware that there's so little to hit out there that they've got to try and get every possible run they can. Anyway, 61 for 5, 20 overs gone, and a second change in the bowling. Will Williams coming on at the Diglis end.
Yeah, so I'm wearing my woolly hat that was a present from Cricket Ireland. I need to declare gifts, don't I? So they did provide the woolly hats when I was over there commentating on the women's series recently. And Tanya Aldred from The Guardian has just pulled out a lovely big scarf and handed it to me. So I've got that wrapped around me. It is chilly. Hose is on strike as Williams is in. It's a full delivery outside the off stump, and he just pushes that back down the pitch. No run. But it's actually incredibly warm, this scarf, so I'm very grateful for it. It's one of those things where I didn't realise quite how cold I was until I actually put the scarf around me and compared it to how I'd felt moments before. In fact, Scott Reed might say that I'm a bit nesh.
Yes, he might. Yeah, and you're being a bit mardy.
A bit mardy.
Yeah.
A bit nesh. In comes Williams, and it's a shorter delivery. But it's just punched straight at cover. It's bounced a little bit awkwardly as well. There's no run. And, that just seemed to bounce a little bit awkwardly for Tom Bailey, who's fielding there. Nearly hit him in the face. Just 2 slips in still for Hose. There's just been plenty in it still for the bowlers. It has been all match. as it's in once more. This time it's an outside edge, but played with very soft hands. It's going to run all the way down to the deep third boundary for 4. So another 4 for Hose. Keaton Jennings is plodding over the rope and retrieving that ball. And, takes the score to 65 for 5. Hose moves on to 23 with Brooks on 2. And Hose has actually played this pretty well, you would say, so far.
You just never in, are you? So you just got to get runs while you can, I think.
Hose on strike again. In comes Williams, and that is driven very firmly, but brilliant fielding by Bailey in the covers. Prevents what I think would have been 4 runs because there's no one out in the deep on the offside. There's a diving stop into the mud. Let's just say that the old Nappy San is going to get a good run after this match. There's a few muddy patches on the whites out there. In comes Williams over the wicket, left alone. This time by Hose. Yeah, it'll take some scrubbing to get the stains out, I imagine.
I'm desperately trying to find a picture, Mel, of players in the days of uncovered pitches with bats that had a muddy mark on the back. I was trying to explain to Scott how you would regularly see players whacking the pitch down with the back of their bats. Never see it now.
Next ball from Williams is just played straight back past the bowler. Phillip picks it up, and it's the end of the over. Worcestershire 65 for 5. With Hose on 23 and Brooks on 2.
And they'd end up, you'd have both batsmen with their back of their bats. There was sort of swell there, but it flattened out to a triangle at the bottom, and they'd have mud on the back of their bats. There will be pictures in the pavilion and in the books in the ladies' pavilion and the library of many such situations. But if you put a search into Google of uncovered pictures or something like that, you don't get you just get pictures of play rather than with sawdust and so on, and you can't quite see the details. But I'll keep trying. As Balderson bowls and beats Brooks outside the off stump. Good delivery, just outside off, climbed quite steeply, and a lovely take from Matty Hurst standing up to the stumps, which takes me back to our conversation on day 1, Mel, of how much fun Matty Hurst will be having out there now. Balderson's exactly the sort of pace. Got a bit of pace, but he's not super quick. And he's bowling at a decent length. He's in again now and bowls, and Brooks is in behind that. And Matty Hurst is up at the stumps, and he's in the game. He's got a real chance. He's done it mainly to stop Brooks from walking down the pitch, which is what he was trying to do. But it means that he's on high alert, Matty Hurst, the keeper, at this point. Could get a stumping, could do something really special down the leg side. Waits now, and Brooks is very solidly forward into that and plays it back up the pitch to Balderson. There's no run.
So I have commentated on quite a bit of associate cricket this year.
Yeah.
Keeper up to the stumps is something that you do see a lot. For example, Matt Cross at Scotland does it a lot. But I saw, when I did some of the T20 European sub-qualifiers, there was some really good keeping in that. And the keeper from Gibraltar kept up for 20 overs.
For the whole game?
Yep.
Wow. Balderson in, bowls, and that's down the leg side. And in fact, Matty Hurst doesn't get across. It just flicks the hip, I think. No, it's a bye. He got across, and he got his glove on it, but it just hit the glove and dribbled away down for a single. That's the problem with it, obviously. But again, if you're standing up like Matty Hurst is now, at least if it bounces, you've got a chance of getting across and taking it. It's when it keeps really low down the leg side that you're really tested, because what you've got to do then as a keeper is you've got to get that skip in and get across the leg side, but you've got to stay down while you do it. And this one is full and pushed by Hose back up the pitch, and that's really something that has to be worked on very, very hard.
You have to look at where your slips fielders, exactly how fine they are as well, and often it's
You have to
also
help
a
them,
challenge.
really. Yeah, it's hard at first slip if the keeper's
Yes.
standing up sometimes, if you get one that just suddenly appears from behind the keeper's body. Here's Balderson in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Hose has a flick at it. Must have got a bat on it because it's raced away. No, actually 4 byes, so Matty Hurst has struggled there with the line that Balderson has bowled, and he'll be a bit annoyed with himself. In fact, he's stalking down the pitch, a little bit cross with himself. Not his fault, but at the same time, if you go up to the stumps like that as a keeper, you're backing yourself really, and he didn't get across in time to that one. And having got a glove on the other one, but not taking it cleanly and taking the pace off it, they got 1 bye. That produced 4, and suddenly Worcestershire's total looks a little bit more respectable. These two have added 24, and it's 70 for 5. And Hose is on 23, and Brooks is on 2.
Well, he was gesturing so much. He's still doing it now. It's going through the motions.
He's annoyed with himself.
He is, but as he went past the umpire, he actually knocked the glove out of his hands as he did a sweeping motion with his hands. He's standing back now, as we see Williams at the top of his mark, starting his run-up. Brooks on strike. Comes Williams, he just leaves that one alone, and now that he's standing back, Matty Hurst takes that one easily.
Yeah, so it's the challenge for a keeper, but it's fun. And even though he's annoyed with himself, he will want to carry on standing up to Balderson just to get one right, to get across and make a good take and feel that he's capable of doing it, really,
Brooks,
which of course he is.
Just defends the next one, a fuller delivery from Williams. No run. Yeah, you would have loved this, because I thought it was quite fun to see, and there was some really good standard of keeping in those European games. A couple of the keepers who really stood out. But yeah, that was one I'd never seen a keeper keeping up to the stumps for an entire 20
well, a
overs.
T20 as well.
Yeah.
Because, you don't want to give anything away, do you?
Brooks is forward in defence for the next ball.
What you haven't said
bit off.
is that he let through 25 byes.
Well, no, he didn't. That was the thing. He was really sharp. Now, his name escapes me, but it was the Gibraltar batter. They were a cheeky bunch, the Gibraltar one. During the presentation at the end of the tournament, they absolutely got me and my co-commentator with a fake snake. In comes Williams, I should say. Brooks just defending that one up to mid-off again. Yeah, they got us with a fake snake. We're just standing there watching the post-tournament presentation. And one of them has just said, "Oh, look out!" And I looked down, and there was a wriggling snake that was just winding its way in between my feet, and I screamed and jumped and nearly fell over, and my co-commentator nearly knocked over a poor little old lady as well. So we disrupted the post-match presentation. In comes Williams once more, left alone, a little half shout. There was a good bounce off that one. Was climbing.
You're dismantling all my preconceptions about strong Aussie women now, Mel, because you're moaning about the cold, and now you're moaning about snakes.
No.
I thought you Aussies could. I think you've got brown snakes the size of buses, haven't you, in Australia?
I'm not someone who's afraid of snakes or spiders, but when you're not expecting it and you suddenly see one between your feet wriggling, it gives you a bit of a shock. Williams in. This one just turned around the corner down towards fine leg. I'll get a single. And so Brooks moves on to 3. And score moves to 71 for 5. It's the shock value. I'm all right. I'm a country girl. I try not to talk about snakes and spiders because I get people say to me, "I'd really love to go to Australia, except I can't stand spiders." And you just don't see them.
There are some massive snakes, aren't there? I've seen a video of one in a tree, in a residential area,
It's very rare that you
and
would see one.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, and I'm not for a minute suggesting they're rife, but it's a brown snake, I think it's called, and it's just it's hard to get your head around how big it is. It really is. Anyway, enough of that. 71 for 5. Ethan Brooks kept the strike with that single, so he faces Balderson now, and that one pops on him a little bit. He played it well, dropped it down on the onside, and Matty Hurst, who is still up at the stumps, trying to prevent Brooks from using his feet and changing the bowler's length, scampers round from behind to pick it up, looking to improve his footwork when he goes down the leg side. Just got to get across a little bit quicker than he did to gather those deliveries. Waits again now as Balderson bowls and Brooks turns this onto the leg side. 71 for 5. Nominally 74 overs left in the day. I don't think there's any chance that we will get that many. I think the light, even if there were no rain, would preclude that scenario, and it is liable, I think, to rain towards the end of the day. Could be wrong. Balderson in, Brooks pushes forward out on the offside.
It has brightened up a little bit though.
But it has brightened up.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. It's chilly. Worcestershire have got their end of season awards evening tonight, fairly shortly after play finishes, and it's always a sad occasion, the end of the season, and
It's poignant.
no more
isn't it?
cricket. Yeah, but you know, it could be worse, couldn't it? Outside the off stump, taken nicely by Hurst this time. I say it could be worse. It could be worse in the sense that we might have, the forecast at one stage this week looked as though we might not get any cricket at all in this last game. So at least we've managed to have some play to watch, and as we say, we're still hopeful that we might end up with a meaningful and exciting run chase this afternoon. Balderson in, bowls down the leg side. He's got it right, Matty Hurst. Lovely bit of work. Scampered across. Got his feet moving more quickly that time, so he's got outside the batsman's body and clearer size of the ball and made a nice take, and threateningly held the ball in his right hand, taking it back into the stumps.
But the thing about the season ending, if it didn't end, then we wouldn't be looking forward to the next season and appreciate it so much. It makes it special, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And actually, tying into that, Balderson bowls another lovely take by Hurst. This time outside the off stump. Good wicket keeping from the young man. End of the over. Decent over. A maiden from Balderson. 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 8. 71 for 5. I also think that, and it's a massive argument, obviously, to do with scheduling and franchises and different competitions and global cricket and so on, but there's too much cricket now, so you don't get that break, and therefore the great anticipation of a tour or whatever. England are playing Test cricket again in just a couple of weeks' time, aren't they? And it just seems to be relentless, and you can, if you're not careful, if you eat at a lovely restaurant every night, you stop enjoying the value of food, I think.
Hose just plays a nice swashbuckling cut, but it goes straight to the fielder at backward point. No run. Did have a little bit of width there. Yes, and well, that's it. If you do, I mean, I'd be quite happy to eat at a nice restaurant.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
You say you would, but you might lose your appetite a little bit if you did.
Not to mention my waistline.
Well, but there is a serious point to it, isn't there?
There is, absolutely.
If there's cricket on all the time, you stop. You remember how much you used to just anticipate the start of the season or the start of a series or something.
Hose waits. It's a full delivery from Williams, that he just gently defends it towards extra cover. No run. Well, that's it. And I can't really complain because I, as we were saying, am a migratory bird that will fly south for the winter, and look forward to a Border Gavaskar trophy.
Yeah.
And next summer, the Ashes. Excited for that one. In comes Williams. Again, it's another full delivery. defended by Hose, just back to Williams. Collects it. But I definitely take your point. It can be a bit wall-to-wall at times. I think the lovely thing here is it's just so different county cricket. I've said this a few times when I've been on commentary, is when you go to Australia, you've of course got the Sheffield Shield first class tournament as Williams is in. Hose, again, defensive fuller delivery. It's pitched up and just punched back past the bowler. It's the Sheffield Shield feels much more like a high performance tournament where players vie for selection, and you don't have the club members who come every week or whatever. You've also got bigger distances, so no one's going to go to away games because it's an expensive flight. As Williams turns, runs in again, bowls to Hose, who firmly defends this one to extra cover, no run. And I don't meet many Australian. There are a lot of casual cricket fans in Australia because its tests are on free to air, so there are a lot of people who enjoy sport, who watch cricket in the summer, as opposed to being die-hard cricket fans. So when Australia play overseas, often people just sort of won't really know much about what's happening. And I don't know many Australian fans who would say, I'm a die-hard Victoria fan.
Yeah, exactly.
Not like die-hard Worcestershire fan.
Sure.
As Williams is in, and again, just defended quite well by Hose, quite calmly. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden, 71 for 5. It is now with Hose on 23 and Brooks on 3.
Yeah, we were just talking this morning about members, and Ashley Giles was in the press box, the Worcester CEO, and he said he met 2 people here yesterday that he hadn't met before, and they were celebrating 50 years of membership of Worcestershire. 50 consecutive seasons. A man and his wife had been members here at New Road. That's just they're entitled to feel some involvement and some investment in the club, I think, as Balderson bowls, and Brooks is forward, pushing up to mid-off. 3 off 35 deliveries, Ethan Brooks, and yet I would say he's played really well, and it's been a very good effort by him. Adam Hose 23 off 52. It's hard graft out there, making runs. It's a sort of pitch, this, on which, Mel, I think you could play almost faultlessly. Ooh, that one's not faultless. He's got away with it, though. He's edged it, and it's bounced in front of Anderson Phillip at backward point and through his hands, and they've gone through for 2. It's almost a catch. Brooks goes to 5. But you could play almost faultlessly for an hour and then get one that you can't do much about and nick it, and you're out, and you've made 6.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
and how did you get on, darling? Oh, I got 6. Oh, that's not very good, is it? Well, actually, I played brilliantly.
Well, I think that's why Matthew Waite in the first innings and then Logan Van Beek just decided to be aggressive for that session.
Yeah.
I wonder if that one just stopped in the pitch a little bit.
Maybe. Cross seam, maybe. This one's a bit quicker and is on the back foot this time. Brooks and pushing out on the offside, 73 for 5.
But that was the only period in this whole game where the batters got on top for a little while, and they
it was
just played it very aggressively.
Just towards the end of the Lancashire innings yesterday as well, I suppose, a little bit. But yeah, you're right. It's been that kind. Nobody's been in. Nobody has been in. You can never say you're in on this surface. Never. Balderson in again. Bowls. Ooh, big shout this time for LBW, but not given. I'll have to have a. Not quite sure whether that might maybe a bit high. Bit of conversation taking place between Brooks and the wicketkeeper now. Not sure about that one.
Yeah, we can't really see the line from where we are. Maybe a bit high, but it was one of those appeals that kind of
delayed, wasn't it?
Well,
and it gathered momentum, didn't it?
Before trailing away into like a little bird call by the end of it.
Balderson, sun's shining now, that's nice. He bowls, and Brooks is forcing this one away off the back foot, adding insult to injury. Having survived an LBW appeal, He's got 3 runs. Cracked this away. Good bit of work actually by Anderson Phillip, chasing it back, flicking it back inside the rope. Tom Hartley had accompanied him out there. Completes the fielding, and they're through for 3. So Brooks moves to 8. A flurry of runs from him in this over, and it's 76 for 5.
Yeah, great patience showed by these two at times.
Yeah, really good application actually, I think, in the circumstances.
And the sun has come out. This has made a big difference. I'm not taking my scarf off though.
Balderson in again, bowls, and it's Hose this time on the walk. Pushing it back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over from Balderson. 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 13. The men out today, if you're just joining us, Jake Libby, caught and bowled by Anderson Phillip. First ball of the day. He was out without scoring. Kashif Ali, caught behind by Matty Hurst, off Phillip for 1. 6 for 2 at that point. 26 for 3 when Gareth Roderick was run out, following good work by Will Williams. And he was out for 14. Rob Jones, LBW to Bailey for 17. D'Oliveira losing his middle stump also to Tom Bailey for 5. 46 for 5 at that point, Worcestershire. 30 runs added since then by this pair.
So in comes Williams, and first ball is down the leg side, and actually Brooks is really annoyed with himself that he didn't get bat on that. Immediately gestured that he should have been able to flick that one down towards fine leg. As it is, it's no run. And we can see Ashley Giles there to my left. You know, it is one of the things about this club as well, and it's the times that Ashley Giles and Alan Richardson come into the press box. In comes Williams. It's just left alone. It didn't miss by much, just over the top of the stumps, which is why you heard an excited yell. But it is again the thing about Worcestershire, that they will come in and they'll engage with people in the press box here, and it's got a special reputation. The press box has been renamed here.
Yeah, the Curtis Oldnall Beddoe Press Lounge.
Which the COB, the Cob.
The Cob, we're calling it.
Yeah, the Cob. I love that. Williams starts his run-up. It's in, and that ball just played gently into the offside by Brooks.
I think we'll have to try and make sure that little label catches on, the Cob. Because it'll work nicely, I think.
I think so. Yeah,
but you're right. It's got a good feel to it, and it is nice to see the chief executive making a regular visit. Although I suspect it's mainly because of the coffee machine, rather than any people that he particularly wants to talk to. You generally find he's going towards the coffee machine.
I'm going to tell him he said that. Williams is in, and this time it is flicked down the leg side, but I'm not sure if there was any bat on it by Brooks. Anyway, they've run a couple. I'm just looking to see if there's any signal by the umpire, and I can't see one, a delayed one, so there was some bat in it, and it means Brooks moves on to 10. Worcestershire move on to 78 for 5. So that lead now up above 80, 81, I think it is, isn't it? Yes, 3 runs, the difference. So Will Williams is in again, bowling to Brooks, who defends out towards extra cover. Really patient application from Hose and Brooks. It's been very difficult for anyone. It's actually been, you take away everything outside and the circumstances and relegation and everything else, there's been some really interesting cricket in this match. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Williams is in, and this time there is a big shout and the finger goes up, and Brooks is gone after all that careful patience application. In the end, Williams, it's his own patience that pays off. And Brooks is gone, LBW for 10. It came off 45 balls. That shows you how much he had applied himself in very difficult batting conditions, and that is going to
This
be
lunch. Yeah.
with that wicket falling. So Worcestershire 78 for 6 at lunch. Hose is still out there, unbeaten on 23. Brooks, the latest wicket to fall. There was a wicket on the first ball of the day and a wicket on the last ball of the session. With Williams now, he's bowled 4 overs and has figures of 1 for 7. He's done really well, been very, very difficult.
Yep, 78 for 6 at lunch then. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Williams, 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 13. Balderson and the other bowling figures. Bailey, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 31. Anderson Phillip, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. Worcestershire at lunch leading by 81 runs, which still is not a situation which rules out an exciting final session with a run chase here, where Worcestershire might perhaps set Lancashire 130, 140 to win, which won't be easy on this pitch. That's the sort of thing that we anticipate could happen, but of course we have no idea whether that will be the case or whether weather might play a part later on, but certainly we're hoping for some form of exciting conclusion to this game, and we do genuinely think that's still possible. So at lunch, 78 for 6 Worcestershire. Thanks for being with us this morning, and we'll be back when play resumes, which will be at around about 1:10 past 1.
Well, 247 for 4. Reply to government.
It's about to resume after lunch on day 4, last day of the game between Worcestershire and Lancashire. The sun is shining. The lunchtime situation is that Worcestershire are 78 for 6 in their second innings. They lead by 81 runs, and all of those wickets have fallen today. They began on their overnight naught without loss. Lost a wicket to the first ball of the day when Jake Libby was caught and bowled by Anderson Phillip. Phillip then had Kashif caught behind for 1. Gareth Roderick was run out for 14. Then Tom Bailey chipped in with a couple of wickets. Rob Jones out for 17. Brett D'Oliveira for 5. And then Will Williams picking up the wicket of Ethan Brooks just before the interval. Anderson Phillip to start proceedings for the afternoon from the New Road end. Bowls outside the off stump to Adam Hose, the top scorer in this Worcestershire innings with 23, and this one is left alone outside the off stump and taken behind the stumps by Matty Hurst, the Lancashire keeper. 3 slips in place and a gully, or a close-ish backward point you could say. The only close catchers. Anderson Phillip impressive so far in this game. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21 before this innings, before this over, and he's bowled with good pace and particularly good line, generally outside off stump, as he is with this one, which is left alone by Adam Hose. So good impressive stuff from Anderson Phillip in this game, both with bat and ball. A 5 in the first innings, 2 in this second innings, and he's run in with real purpose and real venom on a helpful service, fair enough, but you've still got to get the ball in the right place, and he has done that pretty consistently. And he's got stuck in. Let's say that he's got stuck in. He's applied himself really well, and it's not particularly friendly conditions for a fast bowler in terms of the weather at the moment, as he runs in and bowls. And nicely played off the back foot by Hose, but fielded in the covers by, I don't want to catch you out again, Scott, but I think it's 12th man is on, isn't he? Number
Yes, 26. It is. Fonseca is on as 12th man.
Fonseca, thank you.
Yeah, I think he has run. I think getting stuck in is a really nice, good phrase to use for him since he's joined Lancashire for 3 games, and it can't be easy for an overseas player joining at this stage of a season, and he has kind of really got stuck in all 3 aspects of the game.
Yeah, no, we've seen a lot of West Indian fast bowlers over the years. We've had 2 or 3 here at Worcester who have not found climatic conditions particularly welcoming. Outside the off stump again from Phillip, this one left alone, and swathed in sweaters and not perhaps warmed to their work, shall we say. But no sign of that with Anderson Phillip. He's run in, as I say, with real purpose, and he looks as though he's enjoyed it. He's cold. He's walking back with his hands in his pockets again. Walks back to his mark with his hands in his pockets, and then takes the ball from mid-on. But he is really, as we say, got stuck into his work, and he's been a handful. And he made a great start this morning. He looks a really good cricketer to me, first time I've seen him. In he comes now and bowls, and Hose on the back foot, plays defensively up to mid-on. Tom Bailey is the fielder, and there's no run. So good start after lunch as well from Phillip. Accurate and pacey, asking questions. 78 for 6. Wait yet to receive a delivery. Played really well for his half century in the first innings. But as we've said throughout the game, no batsman ever really looks in on this pitch, and Waite might, under normal circumstances, if you walked out in the second innings having got 50 in the first on a good reliable surface, break off as Phillip beats Hose outside the off stump. Maiden then, first over after lunch, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Yeah, normally if you walk out having made 50 in the first innings and you're on a good surface, you probably walk out there with a bit of confidence and a bit of sort of, I don't know, not exactly certainty, but feeling that there's no reason why you shouldn't make runs again in the second. But I think when you got 50 in the first innings and you walk out in these circumstances, on this pitch, you probably think, well, actually, I might just get another 50, but I might just as easily get naught. Who knows? Will Williams is going to bowl from the Diglis end, and Matthew Hurst is standing up as Matthew Waite is on strike.
Yeah, he kind of just changed the whole feel of it, didn't he, on the first day, Waite?
Yeah.
The wickets were tumbling, it looked particularly treacherous for batters. He came out and had a bit of a counter punch. It was really good. It was exactly what was needed, really, I think, for Worcestershire in the end. 180 was a good score because
Yeah.
Lancashire were 177 all out, and I think he kind of made that happen, really. Whether the approach is similar this time around, I'm not sure, but the challenge is still there for him. I don't think the pitch has changed in its character too much. I don't think the ball's swinging around as much as it was on the first day, but I think the pitch is still offering something for the seamers as Williams comes in to wait. It's down the leg side. A good take that by Hurst, the keeper, and flicks off the bails with his right glove. That hurt him too as well a little bit, just catching the bails. And he wrings his hands on.
Yeah. Hit them a bit harder than he intended to.
On a cold day with a chill in the air. Yeah, maybe just a little bit too enthusiastic that.
Well, he struggled a bit standing up to Balderson at the other end with the couple that went down the leg side. He was annoyed with himself that he didn't quite get his feet moving quickly enough, but got it exactly right on that occasion. Really good work.
He crouches down back behind the stumps as Williams bowls to Waite. Cut away for 4. Good shot. I mean, there's a little bit of width there, but there's not much.
No.
He's made the most of it. Terrific shot for 4 by Matthew Waite.
He's a strong guy, Matthew Waite. Quite strong, broad-shouldered. I think he's got a good piece of willow, and he times it so well. I mean, some of those hits in the first innings that cleared the ropes were really special, weren't they?
Yep.
Really very, very good. And that was well, he's timed that as sweetly as anybody's timed anything, I think.
Yep. Raced away for 4. His first run, so 82 for 6 now. And that ball might just need a little bit of tending to by the Lancashire fielders because it crossed the rope, it went over the boundary, and it is quite soft.
Yeah. It's still quite wet in front of the pavilion.
Yeah, I was stood there last night actually having a chat with Dale Benkingside, and it's pretty soft.
Yeah, spongy, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the area where the water sits sometimes for quite a lengthy period of time in the winter, even after the floods.
Williams has the ball back in his hand, back into Waite. It's a full ball, which Waite punches to mid-on where Anderson fields.
Yeah, there's an area there, and there's on the King's School field next door, there's a big area that you probably haven't noticed, but if you drive along the road when you come out of the ground, the field actually goes up on a bank, and that area at the bottom of that bank had to be totally sort of dug up and reseeded after the floods this winter, because the water just sat there for weeks and weeks. Just certain low points.
Williams to Waite. His defenders tapping the ball out towards the leg side, no run. Picked up by Harry Singh. I had a little lap around the ground this morning, Frank, because as I think everybody does at this stage of the season when it gets to the end of the campaign, and you're just going to take it all in a little bit. And I was at the far end of the ground, the Oliveira stand end of the ground, and thinking, I presume at some point this winter, unfortunately, this will be underwater again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, even this press box gets underwater at times.
Williams to Waite, driven firmly. One bounce up towards Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run. How high does it come up there? Is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it comes up well into these seats down below.
Does it really?
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah. I mean, probably 4 or 5 feet deep on the field. Yeah.
82 for 6. Williams with a delivery to go. Off the over, in, bowls to Waite, drives again for 4, I reckon. That's going to spin across the surface. We mentioned it's quite slow. Flintoff can't catch up with that, even with a slightly spongy outfield. He's timed that so well as Matthew Waite, just off the front foot. Little punch in front of square to double his score. He moves to 8. It's 86 for 6 now.
Yeah, before the Graham Hick Pavilion was built, the old pavilion at Worcester, which was quite famous, wasn't raised up as much as the Hick Pavilion, and it used to flood properly flood there. And Darryl Mitchell, when I wrote his autobiography with him, was telling me about one winter when it flooded. In fact, it was a summer flood. I think it was 2007. It flooded in June, and they had to play the rest of the season at Kidderminster. And it was a very deep one. And he came into the ground to rescue his kit from the downstairs changing room. He used to have upstairs and downstairs changing rooms, as they did at Old Trafford, capped players and uncapped players. And Darryl came in as a relatively young player to rescue his kit. And he went into the downstairs dressing room, and break off as Philip Bowles, and Hose defends out on the offside. And he put waders on. Put a pair of waders on and waded in to get his kit, which was fortunately in an overhead locker. So the lockers were high up, so none of his kit had been affected. But then as he was doing that, he was standing in this water getting his kit, a cardboard box floated across the room with his name on it, and he realised that it was a new bat that he'd ordered from whichever bat manufacturer he was using at the time, and it had his name on it. And he took it home. I just break off to Philip Bowles again, and Hose leaves outside the off stump. He took it home and took it out, and it wasn't too badly affected. He put it in the airing cupboard for the whole winter, or the next 6 months or whatever, and it turned out to be one of the best bats he ever had. So there you go.
It ends well.
I mean, honestly, there've been some very, very, very big floods over the years. That was one of the very biggest. It gets seriously deep out there. They used to say, and I've said this on air before, people probably say, oh, he's not repeating that, but they used to say, Philip Bowles, and Hose clips this one away on the leg side for a single, if it flooded once a year, which it used to do way back, it was good for the ground because you got this fertile silt, and it fertilised the ground and so on. And that was the way it was always presented to me when I first came to Worcester sort of 40 years ago. But now, I think it's, talking to Steve the groundsman, it's the frequency of flooding and the fact that the water sits there for so long that prevents grass growth, and you can do all your end of season work and top dress the square, and then it all just gets washed away. So it's changed. It's climate change. It's changes in the drainage of the river, I think, as Philip Bowles again, and Waite defends this time on the offside. Flood defences higher up the Severn at Ironbridge and Bewdley and places like that are effective in preventing flooding, but that water's got to go somewhere. And the water that is prevented from exiting where it naturally would by the flood barriers is presumably squeezed and forced further down, causes further problems downriver. So it's a complicated picture, but it's certainly worse. It's more frequent than it used to be. I wouldn't say it's necessarily deeper. Philip Bowles and Waite on the back foot doesn't really time this one up to mid-off, and there's no run. It remains 87 for 6. But as I said to you the other day, if you go for a walk on the far side of the river down past the cathedral, just below the King's School, there's a gate called the Water Gate, which leads up into the cathedral grounds. And on the wall at the side there are marks that have been made over the centuries, not just over the decades, of flood levels, and some of the very highest ones are in the 17th century or something like that. So you see some of the modern ones alongside them. So it's happened for a long time. It's just the frequency that's increased. Philip Bowles down the leg side, where he swishes at it, doesn't make contact. Hurst dives to his left, gets a glove on it, but it would have been one of those where the goalkeeper gets a hand on it and then watches it trickle into the net behind him because it evaded his grip, rolled away behind him. But they didn't take a run. End of the over, 87 for 6, Hose 24, Waite on 8, and the lead is 90.
Well, I had a walk along the river last night, actually. Mel and I went to the Diglis House Hotel for a couple of drinks. So it's just beyond the cathedral, down by the river, and it's when you get on the bank of it, you realise just how brown it is. I don't know whether that's because it's slightly higher.
Yeah, that's the that's the effect of the rain in the last few days.
Okay.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it wasn't like that last week, but that's the effect of the huge rains that we had Sunday, Monday in particular.
I didn't recall it being like that colour, for example, when we stayed here for a 4-day game a couple of years ago.
No.
Williams over the wicket, bowls to Hose off the front foot, pushed away into the offside, no run.
The other thing you get after a big flood is a huge amount of debris rammed up against the bridge,
Okay.
and they have to get boats out and get people out to clear it because it just all piles up against the arches of the bridge.
Needless to say, we didn't sit outside alongside the river
No.
having our drink last
No.
night. No, yeah. Retreated indoors, so it was a little bit warm. Williams to Hose, it's driven to mid-on, and there's no run.
It is lovely to sit outside in good weather, obviously, along there, and it's a lovely walk, which everybody, I mean, if you do that on a summer Sunday morning, for example, the walk around the river, crossing the two bridges round from here, is very, very popular with families and cyclists and runners. You know, it's a really popular part of the city, not surprisingly.
87 for 6, Williams to Hose. It's driven off the inner half of the bat. He's trying to punch it away through the covers, and the ball ricochets out towards the leg side, and it's Anderson Phillip who comes across from mid-on to his right to field, and they get through for a single. Hose moves to 25, 88 for 6 now.
Adam Hose has had a lot of critics this season, as I was saying before lunch. Probably averaged, I don't know off the top of my head, probably averaged about 30 in red ball cricket, but he's given the circumstances that he's batted in on many occasions.
Williams balls to Waite, which is pushed away through the offside, no run.
He's actually, I don't think the numbers necessarily do justice to the performances. And look at this one, 25 off 65.
Yeah.
And they're only 90 ahead. It's 88 for 6, but I don't know what's going to happen. But let's say they do get to 130, 140. You can't overestimate the importance of this kind of knock, I don't think.
No, I completely agree. I mean, in a low-scoring match where we've had Waite top scorer, I think, isn't he? Williams in to Waite, the front foot in defence, no run. He's 60 in the first innings. I think that's the highest score in the match. So, if we are set for a bit of an exciting low-scoring run chase at the back end of the day, then this 25 so far could be really important for Worcestershire.
And it's been that kind of season. You're not. I think Gareth Roderick's got 670 or something like that in red ball cricket, and Jake Libby's got quite a few.
As Will Williams strides in again, balls turned out towards the leg side this time by Waite. Clipped it across his front pad in front of square on the leg side.
But none of the Worcestershire batters, end of the over by the way, 89 for 6. None of the Worcestershire batters are up there with the highest run scorers in Division 1. None of their bowlers are up there with the highest wicket takers in Division 1, and it's just further indication of the fact that it's been a team effort, really. Their survival and the top flight, everybody's played their part, really. 89 for 6 then at the end of the over. Other cricket going on around the country. Durham and Kent. Well, that one's going to... Well, there aren't many results likely anywhere around the country with the amount of weather that's played a part over the last few days. That is another magnificent shot by Matthew Waite. That was not a half volley. It was outside the off stump. It was fullish, but it was not a half volley, and Waite had just leaned into it and hit it on the up through extra cover for 4. We've seen a lot of boundaries today struggling to get to the rope. What we've seen from Matthew Waite so far is 3 boundaries, all of which have raced away, and his timing was exceptional. That was a really good shot. 93 for 6.
He's timed the pants off all 3, hasn't he? He just played them beautifully.
Absolutely incredible. Phillip in again, bowls and do it. Well, there's another magnificent shot from Matthew Waite. This time over mid-off for 4. He's in the mood, is Matthew Waite. He's walked out there to carry on where he left off in the first innings. Hose 25 off 65, Waite 17 off 14. The lead is over 100. And Lancashire will just feel that they'd like to get him out, because half an hour of this and you suddenly could be looking at that 130, 140.
Yep, definitely.
It could end at any moment, but it's great to watch. And his timing is exceptional at the moment. 97 for 6. Philip into him bowls, and I say it could end at any moment. It nearly did end, because that one was short and it was pulled by Waite, and it was catchable for Tom Bailey at mid-on. It was difficult. He hit it quite hard and he dived to his right, goalkeeper style, and if Matty Hurst just let one into the bottom corner, Tom Bailey just poured one into the top corner there, because he couldn't quite hold on to it, and he's hurt his hand. And I'm not surprised, because it's horrible. Of all the days to get one like that on the end of your fingers, a cold day like this is not ideal. And
good effort, wasn't it?
It was a good effort. They got 2, 99 for 6. Waite goes to 19. And now he goes to 23, because he's hammered that one short. It's a hook behind square. I'm just waiting to see whether it was 4 or 6. I think the umpire thinks it's 6. It is 6. Cracking shot. Phillips banged it in. It was not a long hop. It was an attempted bouncer, and Waite just got in behind it and hooked it over backward square leg. Just cleared the rope for a 6. He's 25. So's Hose. Hose has been there for hours. Waite's only just come in.
But I think it's been difficult for everybody apart from Matthew Waite.
105 for 6.
I mean, it's just effortless, that, wasn't it, really?
Tremendous. One of the slips has come out now. Another man dropped out on the leg side. Philip in, bowls to him, short, down the leg side. Gone for a big swing. 4 more. Leg buys this time, I think. Down to fine leg. What he's done here, Waite, 109 for 6 now. What he's done is he's just changed the mood, as he did in the first innings, as you said, Scott. He's put a bit of pressure on the bowler, and Philip, having been in a really nice rhythm, is now, well, you could see in those last couple of deliveries, just a bit frustrated, a bit cross, lost his focus, and Waite has turned it round a little bit. The lead is 112 now, and he's on 25, where he's joined Adam Hose. It can't carry on, I don't think, for too long, this, but it's good to watch while it lasts. Philip in again, bowls to Waite, short again, and that's another boundary. Top edge this time. He swung round on the short one, trying to pull it behind square, got a top edge, and it's gone very fine down to the boundary for 4. So a very expensive over, that one from Anderson Phillip. It's produced 10, 14, 18, 22, 24, I think, off that over. 8, 10, 16, 24 runs off one over, which in this particular innings was the total on 113 for 6 off 32, is quite remarkable. Matthew Waite has changed things again. He's 29 now off 18 deliveries, and it's 113 for 6. Didn't see this coming, Scott.
No, I suppose you're never quite sure when Waite is coming out to bat as to what exactly might happen. But if the first thing with anything to go by, then I suppose really we shouldn't be too surprised.
No.
Sussex, by the way, have won the Division 2 title. They've got themselves to 250 with the batting bonus point, and that secures the second division title for Sussex. Williams bowls. It's off the back foot and punched away into the offside for a single to Hose, which is actually perfectly fine, because Worcestershire might want Waite to face as many of these deliveries as possible, because at the moment he's having a bit of fun. Hose moves to 26, and Waite, he's on 29, back on strike.
Yep. It's it's an enjoyable way to spend an hour or so at the end of the season, isn't it, watching this kind of batting? And I hope we get a run chase this afternoon, and I hope it's a one that's just right, just gettable but not too gettable. You've missed some good cricket here. Mel's back. I'm going to slip away in a moment.
Here comes Williams, balls to Waite, just jabs it into the onside, picked up at mid-wicket by Harry Singh, and there's no run. Lancashire have been reduced to 2 slips now. They've had 4 for most of the day, but with Waite on strike, they've get the 2 slip catchers, Bell and Jennings, but they've also got a couple of guys guarding the boundary, not surprisingly, at deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, deep point as well, in fact long on, and dropping back in front of the Basil D'Oliveira stand. Williams strides in and balls, and that's just run away down towards third man. A backward point actually by Waite, and a slightly horizontal bat, just steers it away for a single. He moves on to 30, 115 for 6, and looks like, Mel, Matthew Waite's going to continue where he left off in the first innings.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It really is fun. That pull shot he played so fine for 4. It's just incredible. I found myself involuntarily sighing. Whew.
The non-striker's in now to Lancashire's relief for the moment. As Hose gets forward, little inside edge, the ball ricochets down behind the stumps and picked up by Matthew Hurst.
Yeah, just bats differently to everybody else.
It does, yeah. It's actually a really good foil, perhaps, because Hose has played a potentially really quite important knock, in terms of whether or not Worcestershire can go and win this game. Waite can come out with the freedom knowing that Hose is playing his own way on the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and it's very entertaining.
Williams to Hose. Oh, that's hammered away. That's a good shot. And he's taken his chance as well, Hose. Well, it's been there to hit. He's put it away, and that's drilled firmly through the covers for 4. From a foolish ball, but just outside off stump. Walloped away. He moves on to 30. It's 119 for 6.
I talk about involuntary sighs. I had to hold that one in because I'm in front of a microphone now. But boy, that was a glorious drive.
Just over pitch that one. But looking back on the replay, Will Williams just a little too full, and Hose make the most of it. Was properly drilled away for 4. And the ball disappearing over the boundary and in towards the softer turf, and maybe towards the white sheets that protect the square. And it's come back, I think, a little damp. Work being done by Josh Barnum with his little white towel hooked in the back of his trousers at mid-off to dry the ball. Hands it back to Will Williams. He's got 1 ball left of the over. 6 coming off it so far. And Hose going off the back foot this time to defend. And that's played back to Williams. And there's no run. So 119 for 6 with a lead for Worcestershire now, standing at 122 runs. And as you were joining us, Mel, I was just saying that Sussex have officially now been crowned as Division 2 champions.
Oh, congratulations to Sussex. So we'll see them next year. Well, some of us will. And just looking at the...
Well, there's no need for that.
Oh, yeah, you've enjoyed this week. I know you have. You've almost grown to tolerate me.
Correct.
Now, have a look at Hose and Waite are both on 30 runs now. Hose's 30 have come off 69 and Waite's have come off 20. So, but what Waite does is he just changes the whole feel of an innings. As we see, Phillip it is now. It's coming in, and that's in the air. Beautiful lofted drive over long on. It's crawling towards the boundary, and it just gets to the rope. Bailey unable to cut that one off. But Phillip has been outstanding, but he was just met with the aggression of Waite there. Played it in the air, but he knew he'd cleared mid-on. Yeah, it just changes the feel of it. All of a sudden it feels like the conditions are different or something. It feels like a different game. It's Waite on strike now again as Phillip is in and he tries to pull this one. Doesn't get hold of it though. It's through to the keeper. So the short ball being brought into the attack now by Phillip.
It's a good short ball actually, wasn't it? There's a bit of pace on that as well. I think maybe the pace in the end did for Waite.
he's still putting his hands in his pocket every time he walks back.
Not surprised.
Well, I know my hands are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, you do look quite snug though in your. What is that?
It's a scarf.
Oh, it's just a scarf. Isn't
Yeah, it's Tanya Aldred's scarf that I'm very grateful for. So I'm trussed up in it as Philip is in, and this time that is a very sharp ball that is completely left alone by Waite. He didn't even... Oh, no, it's a no ball. There you go. Yeah, no wonder he didn't play a shot. It was too short. So that's another one added to the score. We did say it'd be interesting to have like 125 run chase in a session. But at the moment, the lead is more than 125. It's gone up to 128. It's Worcestershire now on 125 for 6. So, who knows? I love the fact that we don't know which way this game is going. As Philip is in over the wicket, and that is cracked away. It's dropped by Bailey running back. Difficult chance. He was at mid-on again, running back. He stuck out his right paw and just about got a hand to it. Well, he did get a hand to it, but the ball's dropped out. I think there are some cold hands out there.
Yeah, there are some cold hands out there.
Well, I think Waite's been dropped a couple of times now. And I did take a single, so it's 126 for 6. Hose now on strike as Philip runs in. And he just tries to flick this one fine, but doesn't get anything on it, and it's straight through to Matty Hurst.
Yeah, it's not been without chances, has it? And you can, as you say, been a couple of half chances, both going to Bailey. The first one was about chest height to his right hand side, Tom Bailey, and he put a dive in, one-handed dive to his right hand side, kind of horizontal to the ground, and he got something on it. It would have been a stunning catch, and I don't know, maybe didn't quite seem to pick that one up cleanly. He didn't seem to be in the right position, I don't think, Bailey.
Well, when he was going backwards, it almost looked like his feet kind of stuck in mud a little bit as he was falling back a little bit. In comes Philip and ducked under by Hose. This one is a legitimate delivery, though. Umpire just taps his shoulder. So it's definitely the short ball plan is on.
Not a bad option, is it, this? But I mean, he's just ruffled Anderson up a little bit, hasn't he? He's just worked him off his disciplines. I mean, it's Hose on strike at the minute, but it's because of the way that Waite, I think, has played him. Just knocked him off his line and length, and it's just forced the bowler to do things that he wasn't previously doing. He was in a good little rhythm with Anderson Phillip, and that's just been just knocked off path.
Philip bowls to Hose, who just leaves this one outside the off stump. It was a fuller delivery that stayed low, and that is the end of the over from Philip Williams. Philip, it was Philip, yes. What are you talking about, Mel? It's 126 for 6 with Hose on 30. Waite raced to 35 off 24. And yes, he's just certainly in this match, it feels like every time he's gone out there, he's just gone, right, this is my game, and starts bossing it.
It's not a bad approach, is it? It's been it's a short life expectancy for batters this week, so it's not a bad effort. I think it's kind of what Luke Wells is doing a little bit, wasn't he, for Lancashire yesterday as well? And he can do that with a great deal of freedom. There's nothing really resting on this. I'm sure Worcestershire, as indeed Lancashire, would like to end the season with a win, with a great chance, with not much on it, to play a few shots. He just takes a single down the ground this time as Williams comes in from the Diglis end.
Interesting that Matty Hurst was keeping up to the stumps there, but he's for Waite, and he's now dropped back for Hose. They're just trying to disrupt Waite somehow and keep him pinned in the crease, not give him any room to move.
Yeah, he's retreated to safer ground, hasn't he? So got two slips to his right. Marty Hurst. Williams bowls to Adam Hose, plays off the front foot in defence, full face of the bat, and deflects it back down the pitch to mid-on where Anderson Phillip fields, and there's no addition to the score. 127 for 6, or 130 run lead for Worcestershire. Potential of 63 overs remaining in the day.
Potential is possibly the key word there. I tell you what, if they were still out there playing at 6 o'clock, I think that you'd see a field full of white icicles.
Williams to Hose, just tickled up his pads out towards backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 31 not out, 128 for 6. Well, goodness knows what state you'd be in then. You're cold already. Actually, to be fair, it is chilly.
It is?
Yeah, it is.
It'd be like stalagmites, because I know the mites are the ones going. Do you know how to remember
No.
which ones are which?
So which ones come up and which ones come down?
Yeah, so stalactites are the ones that hang from the roof, and stalagmites are the ones that come from the ground.
Okay. Williams to Wait, just drops it out towards point for a single, moves to 37 not out, 129 for 6.
And the way that I was taught to remember them was you just get a picture in your mind of a ballerina on an ant's nest. The mites go up and the tights come down.
Here's Williams in balls, forward goes Hose in defence, and there's no run. This says a lot about the educational success of Australians' educational policy. This.
That was in a cave. Do you know in caves? That was what the tour guide said.
Ah, right. This wasn't at school then, you were learning this, right. Goodness. 129 for 6. Right, okay, well that's something to remember.
You won't forget it now, though.
No,
you will not forget which one's which.
I can at least take that away from Worcestershire. There's Williams' balls, full and driven. That's going to be 4. That's a lovely shot by Adam Hose. Straight down the ground, past the bowler, in between mid-off and mid-on, towards the Basil D'Oliveira stand. And 4 more for Worcestershire. We now move to 133 for 6. The lead of 136 runs, still with 4 wickets remaining. And a partnership now which will be of an irritation for Lancashire. They've reached a half-century partnership. In fact, they did that. The delivery prior to that 4. So a 55-run partnership between these two. 133 for 6.
And
education, Mel.
Being with me every day is an education. Yes, not always a good one, but
No.
But I'm glad you've gained something from it. So I feel like my work here is done.
Not yet. We've still got 62 overs.
That is true.
In theory.
In theory,
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially is doing an awful lot of heavy lifting today. As is Philip. He's
Yeah, he
done
has, hasn't he?
quite a lot of heavy lifting. He's
Yeah.
bowled at 12 overs so far. 7 wickets for the match so far as well.
Yeah, he's had a good game.
He really has.
Get him signed up, Lancashire.
Yeah. Oh, I'd be on that. I'd be on that straight away. Not that anyone ever listens to me, but do it. Wait on strike as Philip is in over the wicket, and he just rocks back, and he's being caught out in the deep backward square leg. He rocked back and played that one across the line. It was Harry Singh who managed to position himself really well and dropped to the ground as he took that catch. So an entertaining and aggressive innings comes to an end. Wait departing for 37 of just 26 deliveries. And it is the 7th wicket to fall. Worcestershire 133 for 7. And Philip now has 3 wickets in this innings, 3 for 49, 8 wickets for the match.
Yeah, super work by Philip. That was really entertaining by Wait. I think the way he's batted in this game has been brilliant. I think it's been perfect for the situation. Been perfect for the challenges that batters have faced on this pitch and against these bowlers. It's been a very entertaining. Not didn't quite go on and match what he did in the first innings, but he's put together a half-century partnership in the blink of an eye with Adam Hose.
Well, he's got the most runs, hasn't he, for the match?
He has, yeah. He got 60
anyway.
in the first innings, and so far he's top score in the second innings as well with 37. So yeah, good work by Wait. and that would have been a little bit of a relief for Lancashire, because that was starting to be a little bit, here we go again, how do we get this fella out? But Anderson stuck at it, and has got his reward, another wicket for him. Yeah, 55 run partnership in 50 balls, the super stuff by Waite and by Hose, who continues to plough on.
Well, Hose has played, I think, really well. I just Waite acts as a bit of a circuit breaker, doesn't he? And Logan Van Beek is coming out now, and he had that partnership with Waite in the first innings that was so destructive. So Worcestershire will be hoping that he can play a similar role in partnership with Hose. That Hose can keep on playing just the way he has been, allowing Van Beek to be a little bit more aggressive if he wants. But he played really aggressively at first on the evening of the first day, and then when he came back out, he was much more circumspect, Van Beek. It was like he played two very different innings in one.
Yes, he was an alteration, wasn't it, when he came back the following, well, it was a couple of days later, I suppose, wasn't it? But he batted nicely with Waite in the first innings. Want a few more, Worcestershire yet, and then we're talking about an exciting low-scoring run chase, but only 136 in front, 7 wickets down. Need another half-decent partnership here to make this potentially a tricky chase for Lancashire.
And I'll tell you what, the wind has picked up out there, because just looking out there at the trouser legs, they are flapping about. In comes Phillip, and that one's just turned into towards mid-wicket by Van Beek. No run.
We've got some kind of storm coming, haven't we, or something? There's a yellow weather warning for this part of England.
Oh.
So that's coming our way, but I was told it might be a little bit later on. Let's have a...
Well, the trouser legs, they are just suddenly, they weren't doing it before, which is why I've noticed it now.
Right.
But flapping like a bunch of sailboats with their spinnakers coming up on a green sea. Here's Phillip, and that's down the leg side. Well taken by Hurst.
Yeah, there's a yellow weather warning in place for the southwest of England, which is from 4 o'clock this afternoon until tomorrow morning. So that whether this wind is what's pushing that heavy rain towards us, but yeah, from 4 o'clock this afternoon, the yellow weather warning for rain, which does cover this part of England. So it could be a run chase and a race against the storm.
As long as it doesn't mean that there are going to be disruptions to the trains back to Birmingham.
I can't promise you that.
Oh God! Oh, I could be stuck in Worcester. Oh, don't say stuck. I could be forced to stay here forever. Here's Phillip. This time the ball is turned down to the leg side. Matt Hurst runs back to get it, but there wasn't any bat in it. I think it was just pad. Yes, it is. The umpire signalling a leg by. So Worcestershire moving on to 134 for 7, but Van Beek is yet to get off the mark, although he's now at the non-striker's end. Yes, definitely picked up. This does remind me, it was really cold when I came here early last season. It's Phillip runs in past the umpire over the wicket. This is just clipped through mid-wicket, beats the fielder, but there is another running around from the boundary from deep square leg, so they'll just get the single. Takes them to 135 for 7. Early last season I came here and I was so cold that I did something I've never done before, ever.
Go on.
I had to go to the shop and buy a hoodie.
Right. Like official club hoodie?
A club hoodie.
Oh, right, okay.
It was a Worcester Rapids one, which Worcestershire Rapids one. And I admit that reluctantly, because as someone who's always so impartial, I don't like to be seen in branded stuff. Here's Phillip again, and it's just a swivel pull by Van Beek, but without much force, and all the way along the ground down towards deep fine leg, and that's the end of the over, and it's 136 for 7. That last shot was Van Beek off the mark, by the way. He's on 1 off of the 4 balls he's faced, and Hose has been the backbone of this innings. 36. Yes, yeah. So that is the only club bit of clothing that I have.
Well, you should have brought it. I mean, this is end of September. This would have been perfect.
Yeah, but I can't. Look, you know, I take my responsibilities to the BBC very seriously, and as the third voice, I feel that, you know, I can't be seen to look as though I'm favouring one side over another.
I wouldn't have grassed you up.
You grass me up all the
I
time.
wouldn't have done it. It would have been no difference whether you got your Worcestershire top on or not. But I would not be bothered.
I just don't believe you at all, Scott Reed.
Tom Bailey replaces Will Williams. That's driven by Van Beek. Fielded by Bohannon, who's at mid-off. And there's no run, 136.47. Van Beek on 1. Yeah, I've just looked at the UK weather warnings from the BBC
I don't like
thingy website. Yellow warning of rain in the southwest. Actually, and there's one in the northwest from tomorrow morning as well. And Williams bowls short. And it's chopped away up and over mid-off down towards the boundary. He's actually going to get 4 for that. He's Van Beek. It's quirky looking shot, really.
It was an extraordinary shot.
It was.
Because he's like played that cross-bat shot, but it's just gone over mid-off.
Yeah, it's come right at the toe end of the bat, hasn't it? And it's scooped over mid-off. Yeah, kind of almost looking to pull it, really.
Yeah, a pull over mid-off is not something you normally say.
No. Here comes Williams to Bailey to Van Beek. It's left. And taken by Hurst. Lead of 143 for Worcestershire.
What lead would you like then to have a chase? To set it up nicely?
Well, yeah, you don't want to... I have no idea what Lancashire's thought process is, whether I presume they'd want to have a go at trying to win it. I don't see why not. I mean, if they there's nothing really to lose, is well, there is. You could lose. As Bailey comes in and balls to Van Beek, he's driven that on the up through the offside out towards the point boundary. Comes back for 2. He's on to 7. I suppose it depends how many overs are remaining. I mean, the lead's pushing up to 150, but you've still got 60 overs left in theory, so we could still be in for a decent run chase. But I think any kind of annoying partnerships here that push that lead towards a kind of 180, anything that would mean chasing the highest score in the match, I reckon would be quite a tricky one. It's banged in by Bailey, but down the leg side, and taken by Hurst. There's no run. They got to 177 Lancashire in the first innings. The top team score so far is 180. So if the run chase is anything north of that, and having to get the highest score in the game to win batting last, when you've just been relegated the day before, I don't know.
Glass half full.
Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah, it'd be good to have a good finish, but I understand that maybe, understandably, motivation perhaps not at its highest. That's run down to third man by Van Beek, and to end the over. Again, quite an expensive one. I think there was 10 coming off that. 146 for 7.
Well, Van Beek is doing. He has come out here in a similar vein to how he came out in the first innings, going at better than a run of ball already, 11 off 10. So it does seem like that is, and I don't mind this for Worcestershire, if, particularly in situations like this. But the fact that Hose has just been able to play the way he feels comfortable in, and they've got a couple of aggressors kind of around him. And in a match when scoring has been difficult, that's worked it pretty well for Worcestershire in both innings.
Yes, it has. Yeah.
It's going to be Phillip now to bowl his 14th over. It's Hose on strike. Bobs down a little bit, waits as Phillip is in, and he just steps forward and shoulders arms to the first ball.
And he keeps running in here. I mean, this is great credit to Anderson Phillip. He's bowled more than anybody else in this match for Lancashire, and no time would you think for a second that he's anything other than 100% committed to what he's doing. I watched him. I got to the ground this morning, and he couldn't have had more layers on if it was possible. You know, the warm-ups were going on, but he wasn't warming up. He was just wandering around with his massive jacket and his hood up. But then game time, bang, straight into it, running in, fully committed.
He runs in now, bowls, and on the back foot, driven square. That's a nice looking shot from Hose. It's going to go for 4. It was really well played, and that brings up the 150 for Worcestershire. You hear the smattering of applause from the faithful fans who have stayed with them throughout the season, and here on a chilly day when everybody's probably feeling a bit nesh.
You like that word, don't you? You're going to take that back to orange, aren't you?
That's the way. 150 for 7. It is. Takes Hose onto 40. We've educated each other, see? In comes Philip. That one's just defended back to the bowler. You've learned about stalagmites and stalactites. I've learned about nesh.
Yes. To be nesh, to feel the cold.
Yes. It's a great word.
And I think, I don't know whether in other parts of the country use that word, but it's certainly something that you hear in certainly East Lancashire. I'm not sure whether it's the broader county of Lancashire, but certainly to the east we'd use it.
But often you do have words that vary from town to town, don't you? As Philip comes in, bright sunshine now, bowls, and it's a short ball ducked under by Hose. The sun suddenly come out and got a nice little bit of sunshine.
Yeah, it might just take a little bit of the edge off a chilly Sunday when the sun comes through. I don't reckon much, but maybe just a little bit. Every bit helps.
Yes, I'm sure when it came out I felt ever so slightly less nesh.
Still got your woolly hat on.
I do still have my woolly hat on, and I'm so grateful for this scarf. I tell you what, it's really, really cosy, wrapped up tight. As Philip is running in over the wicket again, that one is left alone, and it's actually a no ball. That's why. So just a few times he has been discomforted a little bit, first by weight and just trying to ruffle up Hose a bit, but Hose has been composed, which is great because it rhymes, but he's just not been interested, and it's 2 no balls now have been bowled by Philip in the past couple of overs. He just had a little false start because, I don't know if that's the wind, but one of the bails has just come off at the non-striker's end, so Van Beek and the umpire making sure that it's back on, and Philip now running in to Hose bowls, and that's very wide, and well, he tries to cut it, Hose, but it was so far away he almost lost his balance and pogoed over it.
Yeah, he did have to reach that, didn't he? Banged him short by Anderson Phillip. Did well to in the end kind of remain just about upright.
Yeah, almost overbalanced. Had to use his bat to steady himself. He's already spent enough time on the ground in this match as Hose. It's hurt quite uncomfortably in the first innings as Philip is running in, and it's driven straight past the bowler, but only as far as Bailey at mid-on, moving across, and that's the end of the over from Philip. And Worcestershire now 152 for 7 with Hose on 40 and Van Beek on 11.
What is happening elsewhere? We mentioned that Sussex have won confirmed now as Division 2 champions against Middlesex, who have missed out on promotion to the agony of Lancashire. They were relegated, and an hour later Yorkshire's promotion was confirmed yesterday.
Sorry, I shouldn't giggle.
You couldn't really you could script it, but nobody would quite believe it, would you? So yeah, Middlesex have missed out on the promotion. Sussex 293 for 4, champions of Division 2. And that game at Hove, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, there's nothing really on this. Derbyshire 131 for 3 in their first innings, replying to Leicestershire's 280 all out. As Bailey sets off and balls clubbed away by Van Beek to mid-off. And there's no run. And Yorkshire just piling on the runs there against Northampton.
Oh my goodness.
628 for 5.
Wow.
So there's been a couple of centurions. It won't be a big surprise. In fact, a double century
Almost a triple.
in that game for James Wharton. 285.
That's incredible.
Johnny Bairstow making 78. Adam Lyth making 147. It's pulled by Van Beek down towards Fonseca, who's on as a 12th man for Lancashire on the fine leg boundary. A single there for Van Beek. He moves to 12. 153 for 7. So Yorkshire just batting on.
Did see Shah Massoud tweeting overnight, I guess. But I noticed that this morning. Congratulations to Yorkshire,
Okay.
of course, having spent so much time there as captain. Very pleased for the side.
Yep, back into Division 1. Bailey is in, left by Hose, taken by Hurst. Is now running. They've been in Division 1, in Division 2 for 2 years, haven't they, Yorkshire? So with Lancashire being relegated, it's going to be 3 years without a Roses 4-day fixture.
Okay, so we'll have a word, all right, Lancashire. Get yourself together because we want you up in Division 1, and I'll see if I can come and do that one with you because that'd be quite fun.
They are good games, yeah. The 4-day Roses fixtures are really good. Bailey to Hose. It's forward and defence. Bouncing out to backward point and there's no runs. There won't be a 4-day Roses fixture till at least 2026.
You know how they have the lights, the floodlights at Headingley are in the shape of roses? Yeah, I didn't realise that. I thought they were shamrocks the first time I went there. I couldn't work out why they had their lights in the shape of lucky shamrocks, unless it was trying to bring some luck on there. But they do look a bit shamrocky.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
It's very embarrassing when I realised.
Bailey in. That's come off, I think, an inside edge. In a way that's not out. He's got quite forward there. I'll just deflect potentially off a bit of bat. And he just got too far forward and across Adam Hose. There's not been a few chances created. Maybe he's hit that.
I don't know, it was one of those ones where I feel like Williams saw everyone else appealing and so he turned around and joined in. I'm not sure how completely convinced he was.
153 for 7. Here's Bailey with a ball left of the over. Balls again, driven towards mid-on. No addition to the score. So that's the end of the over. Lead of 156 here for Worcestershire. In Division 1. Right, completely irrelevant now, isn't it? But this time yesterday it was all eyes on Trent Bridge, wasn't it? For the game between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire with bonus points and all the rest of it. Well, Sam Haynes unbeaten on 128 for the Bears. Warwickshire 307 for 5. Replying to Nottinghamshire's 487 all out.
Does seem a little bit ironic or something that it's felt like the most a game has progressed in this last round has been here. The place where, you know, the wet weather usually has the worst effect.
It is the most advanced of all the games, isn't it, in Division 1?
Yep. It's Balderson back into the attack from the New Road end. He comes in, bowls to Van Beek, who just very cautiously steps forward in defence, and Balderson fields off his own bowling. No run.
Durham and Kent, they lost entirely the first 2 days of that game, and Durham yesterday scored pretty quickly, got to 360 in their first innings, and Kent in reply 235 for 6, but heading towards a 4:30 handshake.
Here comes Balderson, bowls, and then a big flash outside the off stump from Van Beek, and we do have Matty Hurst keeping up to the stumps. That one's gone past him. He's just going through his manoeuvres, I can tell you that Frank Watson will be somewhere keeping an eye. Keeps his eye on the keeping, and that's up to the stumps. Well, it's happened that there was a game in the game in the second division where both sides forfeited. In comes Balderson. It's just defended, and he fields off his own bowling. Van Beek not interested. Is it the Glamorgan game?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
So that game finished yesterday with Glamorgan winning by 192 runs.
Right.
And they both forfeited an innings.
Innings,
didn't they? Yeah.
yes.
At least
to get
set
game on.
something up. Yeah, I like that.
I don't mind that at all. Good on them. Okay, Van Beek waits. Bat in air as Balderson is in. He just drives this one into the covers, but with no real force or timing. No run again.
And the other Division 1 game is Essex against Surrey. So Essex making a big score in their first innings. 508 for 8 centuries for Dean Elgar, for Tom Wesley and for Matt Crutchley. And Surrey,
As Balderson runs in over the wicket, and that is flashed away through point. That's 4 runs. A commanding shot there from Van Beek, who is not finished yet. He still wants to have a say in this season for Worcestershire. Moves him along to 16. Moves Worcestershire to 157 for 7. Lead now 160 runs.
Surrey 182 for 5 in reply, with Dom Sibley unbeaten on 102. So everything's resolved, isn't it? Because relegation's confirmed now, promotion and the titles all sorted in Division 2.
Is there anything that can change the positions? I don't know. I think Durham will pretty much set at 5th, aren't they?
I think so.
I don't think Worcestershire can pip them now. In comes Balderson. This time it's just played straight in towards mid-wicket by Van Beek. So no run to finish off. That was a lovely shot he played the previous ball, though. The end of that over, Worcestershire 157 for 7. Hose on 40 still. And Van Beek has moved on to 16 off just 18 balls.
John Curtis was telling me yesterday that whether Worcestershire finish 5th or 6th, and it looks likely they'll probably finish 6th. Either way, that's their highest league position since the county championship was split into 2 divisions.
Really?
It's the highest position for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now that's a stat. That is quite something. You would have to say, I mean, it is incredible. We spoke a bit about yesterday about the fact that Durham and Worcester have finished where they have. Hose on strike. Sorry, it's your ball. Go.
No, crack on. I'm not bothered. It's fine. So yeah, it's a great effort, isn't it? It's a 6th place finish, the highest place for 20 years. It's well, it caps off a brilliant season for them, really.
Oh, well, 2 decades. That's a very long time.
Yeah, I don't know what before it was split to 2 divisions, when it was just 1 division. I'm not sure what was the top level before that. Bailey's in, it's forward in defence by Hose, out towards the leg side. There's no run. Oh, no ball called by the umpire, just overstepped. There's Tom Bailey. So feather in the cap of the Worcestershire boys. 157 for 7. Lead of 160 runs for Worcestershire.
It does make it hard, I think, quite tricky for them to work out what their aims are next season.
Bailey to Hose. Dropped into the offside. There's no run.
I think at the members' forum that they had a couple of mornings ago, there might have been a suggestion or the question from at least one of the members of, should they be trying to aim for the top 3? So it is very hard for a club without the resources of your big clubs. It's where they look at setting their aims and their goals and how they go about that.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting one, I think, for Worcestershire next year.
Bailey to Hose, and just dabbed away off the front foot for no run. I mean, there's nothing wrong with ambition, but realism too. I mean, that's quite a leap, isn't it? I mean, to be competitive and to to try and stay and maintain a Division 1 status, and then try and win some one-day silverware, a T20 or a one-day cup. I mean, that would seem to me, and I'm not, embedded in Worcestershire, but that would seem to me to be a really, really successful outcome for the club. Left this time by a hose. Awkward one for Hurst to take, and doesn't take it cleanly.
Only just left. He
Yeah.
just whipped his bat up in time. It wasn't by very much.
On 5-9 for 7.
He's been on 40 for quite a long time, so he's just gone into a little bit of a stage. But he's done this at various times in the innings, hasn't he? He's chosen his moments, but prepared to defend for long periods of time as well.
2 balls to go of the over. Tom Bailey for Lancashire. Left again by Adam Hose. Taken by Hurst. Bailey ending the season on a little bit of a high here. He's found a bit of form in the last couple of weeks. I think he's enjoyed having the Duke's ball back and bowling on a couple of surfaces that have been of help. Last week's pitch at Old Trafford was a good pitch. It produced a good game. Bailey this week has backed it up with some more wickets, ending the year certainly in better rhythm, it would seem, than he started. Driven by Adam Hose, straight to mid-off where Josh Barnum fields. End of the over. So still he's on 40, Adam Hose, and he's looked pretty secure there, hasn't he? He's 95 deliveries faced, and then Logan Van Beek is 16 not out. And Worcestershire on 159 for 7, and they lead now by 162 runs. I'll let Frank come and have a natter to you.
Thanks, Scott.
That's all right.
It's been a wonderful half hour. Thank you for your presence.
Well, that was very sincere, wasn't
No,
it?
it was very sensitive. He's so sensitive. He really is. You know what? Here comes Balderson. It's in. That's just turned around the corner behind square leg by Van Beek. They nab a single. Takes a score on to 160. It takes Van Beek on to 17 off 19. So he's been productive. He's been busy. Hose has been patient, diligent, and just having a look. Are we having a bit of a look at the ball here? The umpire is having a look, and we might actually see the ball being changed because the two umpires are coming together. They're just going to have a look at this. So they're examining the ball, holding it up as just looking. Frank's next to me and he's got the binoculars out.
Yeah,
so
checking to see.
you could do it. Put your headset
On a
on, Frank.
microphone. They're checking to see if it will go through the rings. I think the other thing is it's probably got quite a bit of water in it, hasn't it? Because such a lush outfield, but it's gone through. I think.
Gone through the
Or is it?
gauge.
Maybe not. Hang on.
It was Bailey who asked the question, and he's asking the question now.
Yeah,
He's
no,
got his,
they said you. Sorry, lads, get on with it. It's gone through the rings. Bailey's having another look at it, trying to explain. It's not as straightforward as it often is. But no, Graham Lloyd says no. Sorry, guys, not changing that. They might try again in a few minutes. They always try, don't they?
oh, fair play.
160 for 7. They probably feel that just got away from them a bit since 78 for 6. Just like the first innings, really.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's had
Yeah.
a very similar complexion to it as Balderson is in over the wicket. Attempted flick down the leg side by Hose, but he's not got that one at all. And Matty Hurst is keeping up to the stumps, which I was just saying, Frank Watson, I'm sure you'll be watching, because I know you love keeping your eye on the keeper
Yeah.
up to the stumps.
Yeah.
As an aficionado of keeping
He's
yourself.
got his feet moving better, hasn't he? This morning, a couple of times, he didn't get it right, but that one's a nice take. Nice height again, but he's moved quickly. He's gone early, that's the thing.
Hose waits as in come Balderson, and oh boy,
He's loving it.
he's taken that. He's shouldered arms, and yes, Matty Hurst has taken that one quite high in the end, like
He's
to his
taken it on the
right.
helmet, I think, and they've got to do the old protocol. Yeah.
Well, he spun around, and I think that was with the ball as it came up. He's taken his helmet off now, and the umpires are just having a word with him. So we're going to have a little check. He's just, they're signalling, waving. Keaton Jennings is waving his arms, so I think they're going to come out. Medical staff.
Just being a bit nerdy about keeping for a minute, again, if I may.
You always
Mel,
may, yes.
Matty Hurst is, I think Scott will correct me, but he's come right through the Lancashire Academy, I think, and he will have been coached quite significantly in that pathway by a very, very good friend of mine, the former Derbyshire wicketkeeper Carl Cricken. And Carl Cricken was a sensational keeper, quite an unconventional keeper. Did things a little bit differently in terms of the way that he stood and particularly the way that he took the ball in certain ways. And he is a brilliant wicket-keeping coach and has certain methods and coaching techniques that I've seen him working with players with, and I've been alongside him, and he is absolutely brilliant. And I think he will, I dare say, I don't know for sure, but I dare say that Carl Cricken, who's still the director of the Lancashire Academy, I think, although he's been poorly for a while and is recovering now, but he will have had a significant influence on Matty Hurst keeping, I think. And he could well be watching and listening, Crick. If you are, Crick, I hope you're recovering and you're doing well. I'd love to hear from you if you've got anything to tell me about Matty Hurst as a young keeper. Great batter, and I think really promising keeper, and hasn't had it perfect today and got a whack on the helmet on that occasion, stood up to the stumps, but he's got everything you look for in a young keeper, I think, Matty Hurst. He's busy and he's lively and he's got a smile on his face a lot of the time, and in a season that hasn't been particularly successful for Lancashire, I think he's probably one of the players that has made certainly significant strides forward in his career. He's been checked, he's okay, and we're going to get back underway. But just a word for Carl Cricken, and one more thing about him, which I'll tell you after this ball.
So Balderson is in to Hose, who just defends that straight back past the bowler. No run.
Carl Cricken, Derbyshire wicketkeeper, following Bob Taylor, and that was a great keeper to follow. Played hundreds of games for Derbyshire, and later became head coach, and they were promoted under his time as head coach into Division 1 before he moved up to Lancashire. But what a lot of people don't know is that his dad played one game for Worcestershire as a wicketkeeper in the early 1960s, and came down from Lancashire, which is where they were from. Played one game, and he was a sort of deputy wicketkeeper for a while, but it didn't work out for him. But there you go. It runs in the family generally. Not in mine, I hasten to add.
Here's Balderson, bowls to Hose, who just turns this one around towards long leg, running in. You just take a single. That's the first run that Hose has scored for a while, though, that single. He moves on to 41 off 99 balls now. It's Worcestershire move to 161 for 7. One ball remaining in Balderson's over. Sun's gone in again, and it is Nesh. Balderson is in. It's driven nicely, beats one fielder, but not the second. And there's a little bit of tag team effort in reeling that one in. Nice little cover drive from Van Beek.
It's not Nesh, Mel. You're Nesh.
Oh, okay.
The weather's not Nesh.
It's the end of the over, and it's 162 for 7.
Yeah, you're Nesh or I'm Nesh, but the weather's not Nesh. We're Nesh if we can't cope.
You know what they say. I'm a couple of bricks short of a wall. I'm a bit yampy, you might say.
Carl Cricken, age 55. I'm just looking at the old career. 214 first-class matches, 5,000 runs, 100, but 526 catches and 31 stumpings for Derbyshire. As Bailey continues, bowling a short one from the Diglis end, which Van Beek sways underneath, and no run is taken. Son of Brian Cricken, who was a wicket-keeper with Lancashire and Worcestershire between 66 and 69. There you go. And Carl Cricken, his son, went on to be head coach at Derbyshire and now coaching in the academy at Lancashire, where he's been for some years. Hasn't been well. I think had an operation recently, but I think he's on the road to recovery. As Bailey's in and bowls slower ball down the leg side, and Van Beek sort of sweeps it really as you would sweep a little off spin. It was probably a little off cutter, and he just paddles it round the corner down to long leg for a single. And he moves on to 19, 163 for 7. Hoses 41. I was talking earlier on about Adam Hoses' contributions this season. Well, they may not numerically have been particularly monumental. They have been highly significant, and this is another one of those. He's been the cornerstone of this innings so far. Bailey bowls to him. He lets that go outside the off stump. He's faced 100 deliveries now for 41. I'd go as far as to say, Mel, in all seriousness, if you face 100 deliveries on this pitch, you must have played pretty well.
Absolutely. It's a dentary.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
But it is. You can't play. You won't last out there for 100 deliveries, will you? Unless you're judging things pretty well, I don't think.
He's been terrific.
Bailey in again to him now and bowls, and we nearly did him, didn't we? He's thrown the hands at that and missed it, and it's taken by Matty Hurst behind the stumps. It's too easy to get wickets like that. Done it so often. Caught saying how well somebody played. I did it with Jamie Smith at the Oval earlier this year.
Okay, you're not
What
that powerful,
a player!
Frank.
Fantastic player.
Yeah.
Even in defence, he looks so elegant. Stumps go.
Oh, you're not that powerful, I promise you.
I know.
I promise you.
None of us are. Bailey in from the Diglis end, and Hose on the back foot this time plays up to mid-on. You're absolutely right, and I don't believe in any cricket superstitions, but it is mad, isn't it, when it happens? And you just think, oh no, I've done you.
But then, think of all the times that you praise someone and then they don't get out.
Exactly,
So,
exactly. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Law of averages and all of that.
You don't remember those because
No.
they're not things you write down, or they don't get on the replay. 163 for 7. The lead is 166. Bit of weak sunshine as Tom Bailey comes in from the Diglis end and bowls, and that is a beautiful cricket shot from Adam Hose. He gets nothing for it. Driven it straight back. Bailey sticks his hand out and gets half a hand on it. Deflected up to mid-off, and there's no run end of the over. Hose remains 41 not out. Van Beek 19, and Worcestershire in a bit of trouble at lunch at 78 for 6. Have recovered very nicely, mainly thanks to Hose's vigilance and Matthew Waite's tremendous 37 off 27 deliveries. They are 163 for 7.
I like the way it's just allowing them to play their own way, really, bat their own way. It's proved to have balance as Balderson is in, and Van Beek just presses that one out to mid-off. No run. And although the season may be done and dusted, there's just there's a bit of value too in just seeing how this middle order has come together and battered in their own way. Rescue the innings again. Balderson in, and that has just hurried Van Beek a little bit. This ball squirts out just forward of point. Still no run, and Van Beek just goes for a little walk to compose himself, because that one did rush him a little bit from Balderson. He reaches the top of his mark, tosses the ball. He's on his way in again, past the umpire, bowls, and that has just played into the covers again by Van Beek, but a little more assuredly than the last time. Still no run. And that wind has definitely picked up, Frank, because those trouser legs are really flapping out there.
I tend to look at the trees to see whether...
Balderson is in. That's firmly defended out towards cover point.
I thought that's what you were going to say. The wind has definitely picked up because those trouser legs... Yeah, it has.
Oh, yeah, okay, so
Ashley Giles has arrived for his interview with
Yes,
you, Mel. So Mel will be going in a minute, and Scott will be coming back.
I will come after this over. Here's Balderson, and that's missed out on that one. She's gone down the leg side with Maddie Hurst keeping up to the stumps again. And so, look, Tom Bailey's trousers are particularly flappy.
Yeah, he's got a jumper tied around his waist.
Maybe that's enhancing the flappiness.
Yeah, it definitely is.
But his trouser legs have been going off like a rocket. I need a wash too. Here comes Balderson. Bowles. Oh, that's whipped away through point. Lovely shot on his toes was Van Beek. And he's going to get 4 runs from it. It just beats the 2 fielders who were heading out there. Had a little bit of width, rode the bounce well, and got the rewards to go with it. That is the end of Balderson. It's over. Worcestershire 167 for 7. Van Beek has moved on to 23. Hoses on 41. And I'm going to depart and see if I can track down Ashley Giles.
Thanks to Mel Farrell. 167 for 7, so the lead now is 170. I think if it gets up to 200, then I think it's starting to look highly significant, isn't it? If you've got to get the biggest score of the game to win it in the last innings, then well, I guess if you've got to get the biggest score of the game to win it in the last innings and you get them, you deserve to win. And as Bailey comes in and bowls and Hose drives off the back foot into the covers, Will Williams is the fielder, and there's no run. So if it gets up to 200, I think Worcestershire will feel they're in with a chance. Lancashire will feel they're in with a chance, and if they get them, they'll deserve to win it. But it doesn't want to go much past 200, Scott, I'd say, because I don't think that it would be a realistic target there.
No, in fact, feeling increasingly more like a handshakes at 4:30 job, isn't it?
Yeah. As Bailey is in again and bowls, and flashing drive from Hose, missed it, wide one, taken by Matty Hurst. Yeah, and I think, you know, the different ways of looking at it. You could also think, I think, that Worcestershire will feel they want to finish as high as they possibly can, having been kind of written off before the season started, and they don't want to, by losing the last game, drop down 2 places in the league table, and that might be in their thinking as well.
I was saying to Mel before, I'm sure John Curtis yesterday said that if they finish 6th, that's their highest position for 20 years.
Could well be, yeah. Bailey outside the off stump, left alone by Hose. But I have heard, I've heard it quite, you know, almost sort of without fear of contradiction, that they definitely feel that it is important to finish in the highest place they can. Not for any financial reason or anything, but just because, you know, they want to say, well, we were written off and we've ended up finishing 6th or whatever it might be, rather than 8th. And I think that matters. It could be 5th, I think, couldn't it? Or could it?
I think
I'll
it potentially couldn't it? It could. Durham and Kent will finish in a draw. So yeah, I think with a Worcestershire win, I think would see them finish 5th.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Because there was 7 points, I think.
Yeah, but even if they draw, they'll finish 6th.
Yeah.
And they'll be above Notts. And above Warwickshire, which might just mean that they enjoy looking at the table a little bit more than if they finished 1 or 2 places lower, I think.
It'd be pretty sweet, that, wouldn't it, if they finish above both Notts and Warwickshire? I mean, that's quite nice, isn't it?
Well, for particular reasons, and the fact that Notts took 3 of their players at the end of last season,
Yes.
albeit one of them hasn't played because of injury, and there's no personal animosity. All 3 welcome back here at New Road at any time, and all 3 came back to New Road on the occasion of memorial service for Josh Baker earlier in the year. I'm talking about Jack Haynes, Dylan Pennington and Josh Tongue. But, you know, you lose 3 players to one county and finish above them, that's quite nice. And then, of course, the previous year, Worcestershire lost their best batsman, arguably the best all-rounder, Ed Barnard, to Warwickshire. And although he remains a close friend of many of the players and is often back in Worcester, you add that to the traditional rivalry between the Pears and the Bears, and it carries an extra little bit of significance, I think, which is fair enough. There's nothing nasty about it. It's just you know, you have rivalries, and there's a great rivalry between the 2 counties. So for Worcestershire to have won in the T20 at Edgbaston this year and to finish above them would be excellent.
We've been waiting for another ball check here, which I think is...
Yeah, they've not changed it.
They haven't, no. A quick look at it, and the second time I think they've had a look at the ball, but it's all right. It might be a bit wet, but it's in shape.
Bailey in again with it, bowls, and Hose forward plays up to mid-off, and there's no run. Hugely impressive from Adam Hose, I think, today. 108 deliveries, 41 not out. He's really... Well, we use the expression got stuck in when we were talking about Anderson Phillip, and I think you can say the same about Adam Hose.
It's great concentration, isn't it, really? Because, I mean, with not a lot on it, really. And
exactly, yeah.
Cold day, end of the season, all that malarkey, but he's applied himself really well.
Bailey again. Last ball of the over, he's in. He bowls, and he's got him this time. It doesn't matter how many times Melinda Farrell says that we haven't got influence. I tell you what, we appraise a player specifically, and he gets out next ball. It happens ridiculously often. That one kept low, didn't it, from Bailey? Shot through, and Hose LBW couldn't do anything about that whatsoever. Made 41. It's a really, really good innings. He's played a key role in this score of 167 for 8, but he has gone in the 46th over, and I think we are going to see Joe Leach come to the crease, in which case it will be a quite significant moment for him. It will be his last ever innings for Worcestershire.
Oh, this is funny. I like this.
And out he comes to a tremendous round of applause. And the public address system playing Dolly Parton's Jolene, a popular song that the Worcestershire fans have sung many times. As Joe comes out, tremendous applause around the ground. I'll let you just listen to it. And the Lancashire players joining in as Joe Leach makes his way out to the middle. The tears will be in his eyes, I can assure you of that. An emotional day for the Worcestershire stalwart, greeted by his partner Logan Van Beek with a handshake. Applause from the entire ground, and the Joe Leach theme tune, Jolene by Dolly Parton, being played on the public address. A lovely moment, and he'll have a minute to gather himself because he's not on strike.
Yeah, I love that. Great, lovely touch. And I don't know him, but from what I hear, he's quite an emotional guy, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's choked him up a little bit.
Yeah, it will have done, I think, but he'll be over it now. I think he said to me the other day it all just crept up on him a little bit. He's been busy with his testimonial and various other things, and this occasion, his last game, has just sort of crept up on him, and it took him by surprise, I think, how emotional he was.
We see some Harry Singh, an off spin from the New Road end, short and wide to begin with, and carved away through the offside for 4 for Van Beek. describe it maybe as a bit of a loosener from Harry Sink. Van Beek made the most of it. Jumped right into that. 171 for 8. Don't see him ball too much, Harry Sink. But a bit of a loosener on a chilly day. In and balls, that's cut again through the offside for a single, this time out towards backward point. Brings Leach on strike. Van Beek moves on to 27 not out. It's 100 and actually 28 not out. 172 for 8. Yeah, that was a nice touch. I think a guard of honour when Worcestershire came out to bowl yesterday. Presentation at lunch on the first day as well. And he's off the mark here. It's punched away through the offside and gets one of the bigger cheers of the day.
Rarely has a pushed single has been so warmly applauded. Began life as a batsman, Joe Leach, made 100 at Cheltenham for Worcestershire in 2013.
Singing balls, driven again by Van Beek underneath cover, and he'll come back for 2. Lancashire got a fielder out on the cover boundary in George Balderson, so a couple for Van Beek. He's now 30 not out, 175 for 8. And Lancashire looking increasingly likely that they're going to have to, if they are to win, score the biggest score of the match. Swinging them and runs. He's gone up and over down towards the third man boundary. He's going to launch it, looking to try and send it over the leg side. Big thick outside edge, sees the ball fly over slip down towards the third man boundary for a couple in the end. It looked like it would be 4, but soft outfield. Ball just stopping in the turf. Sing in again to Van Beek, who's off the front foot in defence this time. And there's no run. That's the end of Harry Singh's over. 177 for 8. The lead is exactly 180 now, with Leach on 1 and Van Beek on 32.
Yeah. And Joe Leach on strike now against Tom Bailey, who's bowled pretty well, I think, Tom Bailey, in this whole game. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 45 in this innings. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 22 in the first innings. So what's that? 6 for 67 match figures, which is good. And you could sit back and cynically say, well, that's about what you should get on a pitch like this if you're given the new ball twice. And he comes in to bowl to Leach, who is pushing this one out on the onside, and there's no run. But that's being a little bit, as I say, a bit cynical. He's bowled well. He can't do any more than that. He's consistently got the ball in the right place. Hasn't bowled too many loose deliveries. And I think Anderson Phillip has perhaps impressed me slightly more, even though he's been more expensive. He's got 8 wickets in the match. Has maybe just been a little bit more testing. But Bailey's been good. He's been accurate, lively. He's in there and he bowls, and Leach digs one out really, bottom of the bat, just squeezes it back up the pitch. It's a strange feeling, I should think, being out there thinking, if I nick one here or miss one, that could be my last ever ball. It will be my last ever ball in professional cricket. Joe will be able to concentrate on a busy couple of weeks coming up for his testimonial. Quite a few events in the next week or two. As Bailey is in and bowls, and that's short, and he swivels round on it and basically doesn't get much of a bat on it, just gets a single off the bottom edge, really tumbling stop at mid wicket. And through they go for 1. Leach goes to 2, 178 for 8. The lead is 181, and that confirms that Lancashire will need to get the highest score of the game if they're going to win this one. As Bailey comes in again and bowls, and Van Beek drops this down on the onside, and there's no run. You can get in touch with us. We always say this on Twitter. At FrankWatson58 is my handle if you want to get in touch, perhaps with your feelings, your thoughts about Joe Leach and his excellent career for Worcestershire. I noticed that his cricket club, the cricket club where he began his club career, Stone Cricket Club up in Staffordshire, put a lovely tweet out this morning with a picture of Joe now next to a picture of him in one of their junior sides many years ago. This one played back up the pitch by Van Beek, and they said, "We are thinking of Joe as he makes his final appearance for Worcestershire today. Good luck for the future." So nice touch from Stone Cricket Club.
Does he have an idea yet what he might be doing?
No.
Okay.
I think not really. I mean, he's got a qualification in sports admin. He's looked at one or two positions, but nothing as yet is confirmed. Bailey in, bowls to Van Beek, slower ball, and just pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. He did a bit of coaching in the One Day Cup. He was part of the Worcestershire coaching team, but not convinced, I don't think yet, that coaching is the route that he wants to take. Keeping his options open. I think there have been a few offers of employment in various fields, but as yet nothing definite. Two small children to think about at the moment, and I don't think it'll be long before he decides on a future route. Get the testimonial out of the way first. Van Beek swings a short one from Bailey down to long leg for a single. The sun comes out. It's a lovely picture out there at the moment. Bit chilly still, but Van Beek moves on to 33 and Worcestershire 181 for 8 at the end of the over. Nominally 50 overs left in the day. I doubt we're going to get that.
Sounds like a pretty epic testimonial too. I was listening to what you were saying when you were on with Mel the other day about the dinner at Lord's and stuff like that.
Well, if I may, I'll wait. I won't do it in this over because it's a spinner and there isn't much time. But if I may, I might just draw attention to that final dinner at Lord's again, because it's an important one.
Yeah, Singh's going to have another over here. Bowling, and that's off the back foot and cut forcefully away through the offside out towards the scoreboard. A single there for Van Beek. Score moves on to 182 for 8. It's George Bowles now on the point boundary with trees behind him, blowing quite strongly now in that breeze. Each off the back foot plays it safely away through point for a single. He moves on to 3, 183 for 8. Brings Van Beek back on strike. Just heard the bells of the cathedral chiming in the distance. And as Frank was saying, with a little bit of sunshine every now and again, it does look very pleasant seeing, but it is pretty cold. That's a quicker delivery by Singh, which almost sneaks through. Van Beek defending. Thickish inside edge, ball ricochets away into the offside. No addition to the score. The lead of 186 with 2 wickets left. Singh in, bowls, forward goes Van Beek in defence.
Can't help thinking, if we hadn't had any rain, this would have been a good cracking game of cricket, wouldn't it? Might have been low scoring, but it would have been tight, I think.
Singh flat and quick again to Van Beek, who's forward defence. And there is no run. We lost the entire second day. Not a single ball bowled, but still we could actually have a result even with a whole day lost. And that's cut by Van Beek. He's played that shot nicely and does so again. Flashed away towards the offside for a single. Takes him to 35. 184 for 8 at the end of the over, a lead of 187.
Yeah, so if I may, just talk once again about the Joe Leach testimonial. The end of the year is going to be celebrated in the Long Room at Lord's, Friday, November the 22nd, and there will be 3 former England captains speaking. Sir Alistair Cook, Alex Stewart and Michael Atherton. Simon Hughes, Channel 4's the analyst and the author of a lot of hard yakka and yakking around the world, 2 excellent humorous cricket books, will be the MC for the evening. Tom Bailey starts a new over, bowls short to Van Beek, who swings at that, makes no contact, taken by the keeper. Free bar for an hour before the dinner. Half a bottle of wine per person, lovely 3-course meal in the long room, surrounded by cricket history. You can book different packages. There can be a guided tour of Lords before the dinner, champagne reception in the home dressing room surrounded by the honours boards with another guest speaker in there yet to be announced. There's Bailey in again, bowls down the leg side again. Van Beek swings at it and misses it, looking to try and get him caught off the top edge down at long leg or deep backward square. All of those possibilities. It's not just for Worcestershire fans, this. I mean, it is, but it's in London. It's not cheap, I will say that. It's quite an expensive night out, as they often are in London, but it really is a once in a lifetime, I think, a cricket dinner in the long room with 3 former England captains speaking. It should be an amazing evening. Bailey in, bowls, and Van Beek again is beaten trying to pull it. Again it goes over his shoulder and through to the keeper. And that is Friday, November the 22nd. Visit Joe Leach Testimonial website, or get in touch with me if you'd like to have further details. At Frank Watson 58 is my Twitter handle. I'm the chair of the testimonial, and there are 1 or 2 other lesser projects and venues and events that you can get involved with. And the week after next there's a race night here at New Road in the Pavilion, and there's a golf day coming up. Bailey bowls, and this time Van Beek gets a bat on it, keeps taking on the challenge and gets a 4 down to fine leg, past leg gully, between leg gully and the keeper, down to the boundary for 4. Van Beek goes to 39, his second excellent contribution in this game, and Worcestershire 188 for 8. So yeah, visit Joe Leach Testimonial website and have a look at how to get involved if you'd like to. I've even had very nicely, Scott, recently, 2 or 3 people just get in touch and say there's never been a collection around the ground for Joe. He didn't like that. He felt that just wasn't his sort of thing, to walk around with a bucket and take cash out of people's pockets, which is traditionally one of the things that have been done with benefits. But some people have said, well, we would like to just make a small contribution. How can we do that? And again, if you get in touch with me, then I can help with that, as well as I have done with a couple of people this week. You're not missing any cricket while I ramble on, because the umpires are changing the ball. I think they've finally been persuaded to change the ball by Lancashire, who are looking a bit tired now, a bit fed up out there. They got a wicket at the start of the day and maybe expected to run through Worcestershire, and at one stage they were 78 for 6, but 188 for 8 now, the lead over 190. The draw looking the most likely result. Yeah. And we've talked about, Joe Leach and the fact that he is as yet undecided on the future, and I'm not saying that he's going to struggle to pay the rent or anything, but it is a difficult time for a professional cricketer to transition into a new career, and that's what testimonials benefits were originally invented for. And you got a player who used to go off. I think Harold Larwood bought a sweet shop, didn't he? And I know that we've had a beneficiary or 2 here at Worcester who have gone into retail or into the pub trade or whatever. A bit different these days. The PCA helps, but it's still a slightly scary period, I think, when a professional ends a long career. And every little helps, as they say. There you are. Commercial over. We've got a new ball. Tom Bailey's got it in his hand. 2 balls left in the over. Van Beek is on 39. Leach is on 3. The bells pealing out from the cathedral, as they often do on a Sunday afternoon. That'd be, I don't know, it might be early for evensong. Might just be practice. There's Bailey in, bowls, and Van Beek gets a single, just turning that away on the leg side. So Leach will be on strike. 189 for 8. Van Beek goes to 40. And this after he made 48 in the first innings. So Van Beek and Matthew Waite, comfortably the most prolific batsman in this match. Bailey into Leach, and that's a lovely shot from Leach, and I think he thought he got 4 straight back past the bowler, but Bailey, who's very good off his own bowling, got down really well for a big man, made the stop, and there's no run. End of the over, 189 for 8, Leach 3, Van Beek 40, the men out for Worcestershire. If you're just joining us, all of these wickets falling today. Libby without scoring, Cashy for 1, Gareth Roderick 14, Rob Jones 17, Brett D'Oliveira 5, Ethan Brooks 10, and since lunch Matthew Waite 37 off 27 balls, and Adam Hose for 41.
I suppose it goes down as a chance, that, doesn't it, back to Bailey? Sharp chance to his right.
I think that's harsh.
One of those where sometimes if it sticks, it sticks.
Yeah. It just didn't hit the right part of it. I mean, it was a great stop before anything else, wasn't it? Because I think Leach hit it and thought, he started to run as you do when you sort of jog after one that you've hit to the boundary.
You see Anderson Phillip. Single out towards square leg. So just a couple of overs of Harry Singh.
They're going to try and bounce Van Beek out in the way that they bounced out Waite, aren't they? I think it's pretty clear. They've got the two men back. Probably think Joe Leach will go for the hook as well. I'm not sure about this tactic. It's become increasingly popular. England used it quite a few times this year. Worcestershire have used it a few times, where they think a batsman's a compulsive hooker, so they say, right, we'll put a couple of men back and bang it in at him, as Phillip did when he got rid of Waite.
Run through the offside, however, this time. Good looking shot. 4 more out towards the point boundary.
Joe Leach's first boundary, and it often works, but it costs you 30 or 40 runs, and we've seen England do that on several occasions, which for me just makes it questionable. You know, are you actually better off taking a more traditional route, trying to hit the top of off with a couple of slips in and see if you can get a man out that way, rather than do that? It's interesting. I mean, Van Beek got 4 off Bailey in the previous over. Waite found the boundary 2 or 3 times before he was dismissed.
Leach finds the boundary for the first time there. Still worked her way down towards backward point. So 94 for 8. Lead 197. What's Leach got? Final time for Worcestershire. Had a bit of fun with the bat. A nice cut shot for 4. So a couple of slips into the leg on the leg side boundary as well. No short once more by Anderson Phillip. Banged a couple of in short today that have been called no ball as well. He's running pretty hard, hasn't he?
Yeah.
8 wickets in the match. Final game for Lancashire. I'm sure the Lancashire supporters, from what they've seen, would like to see him back next year if those things can align. Into his 15th over. Defended by Leach. And Fonseca coming up again to field. He's been out there for most of the day.
It's a bit cold. Senior Pro said, who is it? I don't know who's off, do you?
I think it's Luke Wells.
Oh, right, okay.
Because I'm sure we probably would have seen him bowl had it not been Wells, but
there must be a genuine injury. I think it's not one of those where he's just pulled the ladder up because he's a bit cold, I don't think.
Or maybe he's one of
it's not that. I mean, it's been colder, isn't it? Let's be fair. It's cold, but it's not as cold as it was in April.
No, that was pretty Baltic, wasn't it? Oh, he stepped away when Leach and wallops it out towards wide, long on for 4 runs. The boundary for Leach. He's gave himself a bit of room and then pulls it to the right of Bailey at mid-on.
200 the lead now, 201, and I think increasingly, Scott, we're not going to see Lancashire bat again, are we? Or not for any length of time. I don't think so.
No.
We're not going to get the run chase we were hoping for this morning. I think we're looking at a handshakes and an early departure. That would be my expectation now.
I think a warm coach journey back north is what's...
Yeah, and for Worcestershire it'll be a celebratory beer, a shower, and then get ready for the end of season awards.
Oh, that's straight tonight,
which
isn't
is
it?
tonight. Yeah.
Nice.
So I think that's probably the plan.
It's quite a nice way of doing that. Yeah, straight after the game finishes.
It's usually very early in the next day or two, but I think this year, for the first time, they've decided to do it like this. George Balderson back into the attack, and his first ball is pushed into the leg side by Logan Van Beek. But I think one or two of the players are disappearing quite quickly this year. I know that Gareth Roderick is off to South Africa fairly promptly, so for one reason and another, they've decided to wrap it up.
So is it in the marquee?
Yeah. Yeah. It's Balderson in to bowl to Van Beek. Slight trigger movement across to the offside by Van Beek, and then a flailing drive which slices the ball away down to long leg, where Rocky Flintoff comes round in front of us to do the fielding. And that is the 200 up for Worcestershire. Flintoff's 16, isn't he? Just looking at him, he's a tall lad for 16. I always think when you get a lad of that youth into first team cricket, I'm thinking of when Rayan Ahmed came through at Leicestershire, and his brother has just done so at Notts and so on. One of the things that I don't think people appreciate quite sufficiently, as Van Beek is beaten by this next one, is how much they have to learn about fielding, and fielding for a long time. Because Rocky Flintoff, he played the odd second team game, but he won't have played many 3-day games in his life. Might have played a few 2-day games, but to be out there fielding all day in conditions like this for a 16-year-old, I think is really unusual. As this one is steered by Van Beek down on the offside, diving stop by Keaton Jennings, and there's no run. You see players develop quite significantly in fielding when they start playing first class, I think. Sorry, Scott.
No, I think that has been an element, actually, not just the championship side, but of one-day side. You've got senior players and younger players together in a one-day team, keeping the younger guys kind of switched on and focused.
Yeah.
Even over a 50 over match. You're a captain, the senior guy.
Here's Balderson again, bowls. Van Beek swings at this one, which is short, and swivels round, misses it, taken on the body, drops out on the offside, and there's no run.
We only have 150, haven't we, in this match, which has been weights in the first innings.
Yeah.
Let's see, by 43.
So, we don't now think we're going to get our run chase. I think we're unlikely to get that. Could be wrong. Three quick wickets now suddenly sets things up differently, but even then I think Lancashire really going to have a chance of chasing down over 200 on this pitch. Balderson bowls, Van Beek blocks it out on the onside, and there's no run. The end of the over. 200 for 8. The lead is 203.
I think Lancashire today, on the back of what happened yesterday when the relegation was confirmed and all that stuff, I think it's not like there's been any sense of a lack of enthusiasm. Far from it. I think the bowlers are running pretty hard, haven't they? The fielding's been pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything seems to be pretty spot on.
Professional.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Which they've been accused of not being at times, haven't they? But, well, all teams get it, don't they? But you can't really point any fingers today, I think. Now Mel's back. Scott, do you want a break, or shall I have a break? I don't mind either way.
Let me check when my next update is. It is at... Oh, it's not till 3:45. So
right. Okay. Okay, I'll have a little break. That's very kind.
We're not too far away from tea, actually, are we?
No, we're not. But Mel needs to earn her.
She does, yeah. Right, should we just both have a break? It's probably the best thing, actually. Let's go and get a cup of tea, Frank. There's Anderson Phillip from the New Road end, from around the wicket. Short again, pulled again. This time by Leach, clubbed out towards the leg side. And Rocky Flintoff scoots around from the boundary to field. Leach comes back for 2.
I feel like you're trying to avoid me, both of you. I feel unloved. have you only just noticed, says Frank Watson. I rest my case.
You've come back with an extra layer on. You've got your jacket on now.
I know.
Where have you been?
I've been in a box.
Oh.
The corporate box.
Right. Oh, right. You've been a bit of hospitality.
No, I've been interviewing Ashley Giles.
Ah, okay. It's Philip to Leach, and again a step to the leg side and wallops it over the offside, and just about beats the run of Bohannon. It's a great effort by Bohannon to try and catch up with it, but Joe Leach here having a bit of fun. Final time batting for Worcestershire, final day of his professional career, and he's going to try and score a few runs. He moves on to 17, 206 for 8.
And why not to Joe Leach? He's swashbuckling as the bells ring out from the cathedral, providing the soundtrack one last time. I did love it when they were playing Jolene as he walked out, his signature tune.
17 from 13. Philip in bowls. That's steered out through to the offside by Leach. Bohannon's at mid-off to field, and he bounces through for a single, moves on to 18 not out, 207 for 8. Brings Van Beek back on strike. And it's 43 not out. Yeah, it was nice, wasn't it? Got a really good receptions. He came out to the middle, and a few of the Lancashire boys there, and rightly so, were applauding him on the way. I got a tap on the back from young Rocky Flintoff. So there's Joe Leach just finishing his career, and 16-year-old Rocky just starting out, and a teenager went over and tapped him on the shoulder as he headed out to the middle. It's Philip to Van Beek, short again, through to Hurst. No addition to the score, which is 207 for 8, so a lead of 210. Final throws of the afternoon session as we approach tea on this fourth and final day of the season.
Yeah, Van Beek has played well as he did in the first innings. We've seen him display a range of moods, from aggressive to patient, in both throughout the 2 innings that he's played. I think it's been pretty impressive.
Sets off again, and Van Beek again pivots onto the back foot, trying to pull the ball. It's through into the gloves of Hurst. And they've got the field set. They've actually got a fielder on the boundary almost directly behind the wicket keeper. There's also a fine leg and a deep square leg, and the leg slips. They've got 3 fielders on the boundary, one directly behind the keeper. Fine leg, deep square, leg slip, and mid wicket.
You don't often see a backstop in, do you?
No. Philip for Lancashire bowls, short again, and through to Hurst again. And that is the end of the over. 207 for 8. Leach 18, and Van Beek on 43.
Yes, there's absolutely no secret in what plan they've been trying there. They have tried the short ball tactic at various times during this innings. Just a few really frustrating partnerships. Frustrating for Lancashire at any rate. Just have taken this game probably into the draw territory. No sign of the rain yet. Although I am feeling a bit nesh, it's at least stayed dry. Although that wind whipping up, I feel like it's actually brightened up a bit. The sun's just making a little appearance now as Balderson runs in from the Diglis end. It's a lovely drive, punch through the covers by Leach. Is it going to go all the way? I think. Oh no, that's some brilliant work out there on the boundary. It might be Josh Bohannon out there. Fires the ball back in, and they'll get 3 runs. But that was really brilliant fielding out there. Don't know how he managed to keep that ball in.
Yeah, he does really set the tempo. He just set the standard, Josh. I think he's I think he's been Lancashire's standout fielder all season. He's been absolutely outstanding, and even on the back end of the final day of the season, that's a fabulous effort by Lancashire's vice-captain.
So Van Beek now on strike as Balderson bowls. It's a fuller delivery and it's driven straight to Bailey at short cover. No run. And it's those things that I guess Lancashire have to take with them now as they set about looking at getting themselves promoted again. Those players who do set the tempo, who do have the energy to be able to lift those around them. Nothing lifts energy like players who throw their bodies around and save runs. Here's Balderson. The ball is just very gently pressed to backward point where Keaton Jennings does the fielding, so no run for Van Beek there.
Yeah, I spoke to Dale Benkenstein last night, Lancashire's head coach, and I've already spoken to Mark Chilton, the director of cricket, as well. And if you are on social media at BBC Lancs Cricket, the Dale Benkenstein interview's there for you to listen to, and Mark Chilton will be in the course the next day or so as well.
Van Beek waits, in comes Balderson, and he just deftly flicks that around behind square leg. Fielder running in from the deep keeps it to 1.
Yeah, both obviously reflecting on this season and looking ahead to what's going to happen through the course of the next few months and into the winter, and then Lancashire's plans for Division 2 next season. Those plans obviously in place, the idea of recruitment and what they might need going forward.
Leach now on strike as Balderson is in, and he just punches that straight past the bowler. Mid-on will collect it. It's 211 for 8. No run.
I thought Dale Benkenstein spoke really well last night, kind of as he has been all season, pretty upfront and honest about challenges that the team has had. That Mark Chilton suggesting he thought that this season might be quite a difficult season for them in red ball cricket. You could probably see a little bit of that potentially happening towards the end of last season as well.
Balderson in, and it's a short delivery that Leach ducks under, and so there'll be no run to finish up, and it's 211 for 8 with Leach on 21, on just 17, and Beek is on 44.
Management of the cricketing side of Lancashire, Mark Chilton and Dale Benkenstein, been in conversation with both those two, so at BBC Lancs Cricket social media. Mark's interview's not up there yet, but it will be at some point over the next 24 hours or so, as they try and get themselves ready for life in Division 2 next season. And I quite like that announcement from Dave Bradley on the PA too.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody involved in getting cricket on here at New Road.
Yeah, nice acknowledgement for all the staff here. Worcestershire.
It's Anderson Phillip. Short again, in the air this time. Can Bell catch up? He can. And Van Beek does depart, and that short ball tactic eventually does work. They've persisted with it. And in the end, Phillip has picked up his 4th wicket of the innings. It's the 9th of the match for him. He's continued to try and target Van Beek with the short ball. On occasion, that top edge on the ball, and Bell does really well to catch up with it. And Van Beek departs for 44, so 211 for 9, with Van Beek heading off for 44.
Yeah, he misses out on his half century again, but it's been a fine innings from Van Beek, and a sort of match where quite often batters can get stuck and then find themselves having not scored many off an awful lot of balls, and then they're back in the pavilion anyway. He's been the aggressor along with Waite in the Worcestershire side.
He has, yeah.
But yes, that was a very nice arrangement. Dave Bradders on the mic here. I do really love the way in the morning. Bradders is wonderful on the mic.
He's great, isn't he?
And what I really love is the way that he goes through the various fines that you can pick up and reasons that will get you kicked out of the grounds if you run on the field or whatever. But he does it in the most friendly, welcoming way. He makes it sound like they'd throw you out with give you a cup of hot cocoa on the way and a hug.
They'll throw you out, but they'll give you a hug. They say you can't come back, but it's been lovely to meet you.
He just does. It's the way he says it.
It's a super friendly place. It really is.
Yeah.
It's a lovely place to come. You've got a lovely welcome when you arrive at the ground from the stewards and the gate. The people in and around the club. It's not unique to Worcestershire. You find that replicated in other grounds across the country as well. But it is a very, very nice, friendly, welcoming cricket club.
Yeah, it does stand out. And it certainly was saying about the press box now here, the Cob, as we're calling the press lounge. It's one of the places where you have the most laughs. It's constant japes here.
It's been chaos at times. Here's Philip in and balls short to Jack Home through to Hurst. And there's no run. Yeah, and I think you have mentioned it, haven't you, earlier on the presentation that was made in the press room a couple of days ago. To JC and to Chris, it was fantastic, really. The renaming of the press lounge. Lovely to see John Curtis alongside Chris receiving that special kind of mention. Again, that's sharp from Anderson from around the wicket to Hurst. It's left alone by the young batter at Home and taken by Hurst. Yeah, the Curtis, Holdnell and Beddoe press lounge.
That's why I'm calling it the Cob, because it's in that order, COB. We want the Cob to stick. We're going to make that happen. It's sort of a bit special. It's a great presentation. We've had presentations everywhere.
We have, haven't we? Yeah.
This Joe Leach presentation, and this one we've had. It was Lydia and I want to say Phil, who were members for 50 years.
Yeah, that was sweet, wasn't it? Yeah.
Ashley Giles went and presented a shirt to them as well. It's very nice.
Anderson Phillip to Jack Home, and he's played that very well. Again, it's around the wicket, banged in by Anderson Phillip. Home gets right on top of it, just steers it down towards third man for a couple of runs. Moves on to 213 for 9. We're at that point where the predictions of rain, I think Lancashire and to be truthful, I think both sets wouldn't be too disappointed if that band of heavy rain that's due to arrive at some point comes a little earlier.
Can't see it at all though at the moment.
No, it doesn't look like it's anywhere near. Philip balls to Home. And just played nicely by Home up onto his toes. It's from top of the bounce and just drops it back down the pitch. There's no run.
Took his maiden first class wicket yesterday, did Home, and finger to the lips in celebration as well.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
It's a good one too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Luke Wells in there, I think. Memory serves me right. Yesterday feels like a long time ago.
No, it did. He sent the middle
Wells,
stump cartwheeling back. That's a little celebration with the finger to the lips.
Final ball of the over, 213 for 9. Oh, no. Anderson Phillip sets off. There's a gust of wind picks up. And Anderson Phillip didn't fancy that. Bit chilly, that headwind. I'm going to stop and go back to me mark.
Oh, I don't know how he's coping. He was coping not coping very well the other day, and it wasn't as cold as this. He's got one hand in his pocket. Just get a bit more out of that hand warmer.
Tries again for the final time in the over. Short again to Home. And he crouches underneath it. And through it goes to Hurst. End of the over. 213 for 9. With 43 overs remaining in the day's play.
What time was tea meant to be? Do you know?
I get confused with 10:30 starts.
Oh no, would you just? I remember you being so excited
I think
yesterday.
it's 20 past 2, isn't it? Is that right?
20 past 2.
Sorry, 20 past 3.
20 past 3. Okay.
Is it? I don't know. I'm not. I don't know.
Because you were so excited when lunch was going to be at 12:40, but you're easily impressed by
Well, I
things
am.
like that, aren't you? Little things that get you excited about a day's cricket. Lunch at an unusual time. But it is going to be Balderson again. So this, well, it might be the last over before tea. One might imagine. And it's Balderson. He's going to bowl to Leach. He's in, and Leach just plays across the line, clips that through mid-wicket past the diving fielder. It's not going to go for 4 because there is a fielder running around from deep mid-wicket. But they pick up an extra couple of runs. 2 more to Leach, who's flying along. He's on 23 of 18, and Worcestershire moved 215 for 9. I've lost Scott Reed. He's gone off to do an update, I think. I think this may. Oh no, he's coming back, and it's Balderson running in again to Leach with that high back lift. It punches the ball just to the right of cover, but mid-off has come around to pick that one up.
Well, I was just checking to see because I didn't know what the rules were on the 4th day, but because it's 9 down, we're playing on. Because it's 9 down.
That's sort of why I was asking. That's why I said it might be the last over, because I wasn't sure if it would play on.
You never quite remember the rules on the final day.
Final day of the final game of the season. In comes Balderson, and Leach ducks under a short one. What are you going to be doing in the off-season then? Do you switch to football?
Yeah, I do, yeah. A bit of football, yeah. Well, I've actually already started. I've already done a couple of games already. When the cricket and football season overlap. So yeah, I'll be doing a bit of football.
In comes Balderson. Leach steps back and then just punches another drive. Manages to get it quite square. So cover is unable to stop it, but there's protection in the deep. Fielder, that's Rocky Flintoff, loses his hat as he throws the ball back in, and it is another 2 runs to Leach and to the total, which is now 217 for 9. Leach on 25. I tell you what, those bells have been going for a while now. They go for a long time. Balderson is in. This time it's a swipe across the line from Leach. Well, that was a mighty pull. Goes for 4 over the deep mid-wicket boundary rope. He played that well.
He's having a bit of fun here, isn't he? Why not?
Yeah, why not indeed. He's raced to 29 off 22. Worcestershire 221 for 9 now. He just rode the bounce of that really well.
Gave it a fair muscle, didn't he?
Yeah. Sure did, and went a long way forward as well, so he's picked up the length really well. Now taps his bat again. There's just one slip in place now for Leach as Balderson runs in over the wicket, bowls, and he's just carved that one along the ground just towards cover point. Won't get a run there. It's the end of the over. Worcestershire 221 for 9. Leach on 29 and home on 2.
There's tea being taken in different grounds around the country. I noticed Yorkshire are absolutely stacking up the runs. They've gone past 700 Yorkshire.
Have they?
And I saw tea. They're 726 for 7. And I was on the BBC live text commentary feed. There was a stat about this. So yeah, Yorkshire passed 700 in record-breaking innings. So having got to 700, they're equaling their second highest first innings score, which was 704 at the Oval in 1899. So they've actually gone past that now. So this is their second highest first innings score. Their highest ever total was 887, which is back in 1896. I'm not sure they're going to pass that, but
wow.
Yeah, Yorkshire piling on the runs in that fixture. Is anything else happening? Well, we have a little bit of a break here. So this is the only game in play with Worcestershire 9 down. So T being delayed. So Kent are 310 for 7 at T, replying to Durham's score of 360 all out. Warwickshire 361 for 7. Sam Haynes still going, 151 not out. Ed Barnard making 81. Michael Burgess making 56 as well. So Warwickshire 361 for 7. And Surrey are 233 for 7. And they trail Essex by 275 runs. They've got 3 wickets remaining. In Division 2, T being taken across the Division 2 games as well. Derbyshire 193 for 3. Trail Leicestershire by 87 runs. Leicestershire making 280 in their first innings. Sussex are 385 for 4. And they lead Middlesex by 114 runs with 6 wickets remaining.
Is what you're really telling me with all of this information is that there aren't going to be many results in the final round?
Looks that way. In Yorkshire, yeah, 726 for 7. Lead Northamptonshire by 579 runs. There's a one-day international, isn't it? England are taking on your lot. England are 309 all out. Ben Duckett making 107. Harry Brook making 72. And your lot in reply are 66 without loss, with Matt Short and Travis Head up in the batting. So 66 without loss in the 7th over, and they've been set 310 to win from 50 overs.
I have a bone to pick with you.
What?
Your lot. You do realise that I'm a dual citizen?
Are you? All right.
Yes,
so,
I am.
So where your loyalties lying then?
Well, as always, because I'm so professional.
You're right down the middle.
Ah,
as
absolutely.
Ever.
Always have splinters
Height
in my
of
bottom.
Professionalism,
Yep.
you are.
Sitting on that fence. Your lot. Your lot. Yeah, dual citizen. So my lot is whichever lot I
winning.
decide to throw my lot in.
Yes, whoever's winning's your lot.
Exactly. I'm always a winner, baby. That's the truth. Oh dear. Well, they've all had a drink. What?
Well, it just ekes a little bit of time out, I suppose, doesn't it? Takes us a little bit nearer to tea. You play an extra half an hour. It's 8 overs or half an hour, I think, is it? I think you get extended, something like that.
Yes, well.
Takes a bit of time out of it, I suppose.
I wonder if they'll get back out, because it's starting to get quite dark now.
Yeah, it is.
Too. Yeah. That's the other going to be the other consideration. It's going to be light.
The other thing to consider here is Anderson Phillip. He's a wicket away from 10 in the match. 4 for 75. Here he comes into to Jack Home around the wicket, balls short but down the leg side. Taken by Hurst. And no addition to the score, yeah, it has got a little darker. The clouds starting to drift a little bit across, and we're expecting weather coming up, which will affect the southwest. A weather warning from, I think, about 4 o'clock for rain. We did go off a bad light, actually, didn't we, last night as well? That could be a consideration. I suspect we're too surprised if we don't come back out after tea, to be honest with you. 2-2-1 for 9. And Phillip sets off and aborts the run. You've got the short leg in place, and then there's a leg slip, fine leg, short square leg, a slip and a short gully, backward point, and wide mid-off. 221 for 9. Final throws of the season. Feels like the final few minutes potentially. That's full and driven away by Jack Home, picked up by Kesh Fonseca at cover point, and there's no run.
Well, I'm sure Phillip would love to get that final wicket, though. He's only ever had taken one 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket, in any cricket, obviously, because he hasn't done it in tests. So just the one. So I'm sure he would absolutely love to be able to add a second 10-wicket haul to that.
Can he prize one more out? It'd be richly deserved. He's been terrific. into home. He's taken that on, but down towards who's that? Williams at fine leg. It's a single for home. He moves on to 3, 222 for 9.
I do really like the confident, just a bit of swagger from home. He's got it when he's bowling, and he has it when he's batting as well.
And he's been testing a bit, hasn't he? Got a bit of short stuff here, hasn't he? From Philip, but
so far he's been unflustered. He's only 18 years of age, but he's got a bit of something.
Confident boy.
We're just seeing the players flood out to a leg side boundary.
Yes, there's 4 out on the leg side boundary now. Leach on 29. Short. He's trying to uppercut that Leach. He's rocking back. And through it goes to Hurst.
Well, they immediately send the fielder, who was at backward point, down to a deep third boundary as well, as soon as he tried that uppercut. So the short ball plan is undoubtedly going to continue here.
Something quite befitting the season ending, with the cathedral bells chiming in the background, isn't it?
Ask not for whom the bell tolls.
Philip to Leach, and he calmly takes 1. Just a little step to the leg side, then drops it into the off. Through for a single, 223 for 9.
After telegraphing the short ball, he ends up pitching it up. And just calmly dealt with by Leach. He'd love to finish not out, wouldn't he?
Yeah, that'd be quite nice, that, wouldn't it? If we could walk off a little unbeaten score.
Yeah.
So come on, Jack Holmes, do the right thing. Read the room, Jack. There's Philip. In and balls again. Short, and he defends. Drops it away into the offside for no run. End of the over, 223 for 9. And for what it's worth, the lead is 226.
He didn't listen to you. Ignored you. Completely. Looks like, is ever going to see Balderson continue, or just trying to see who's... Yes,
we are,
it is. Yeah, we are going to see Balderson continue. Fair dues to the members and fans who are hanging around here as well.
It's a good effort.
Yeah, wanting to see every last moment.
Nope.
I really hope too that it's a drier winter here at New Road. Oh, hang on, players are coming in. We're going to go off.
I don't know, umpires are having a chat here. It could be a light issue, because it is a bit gloomy.
That might be it.
Yeah, we're going off. We're going off, and I think that probably will be it. I'd be amazed if we came back on. The players heading off. Lights not great. Umpires have come together. And if that is indeed the close of play, which I suspect it will be, then Joe Leach will be finishing unbeaten on 130, and that will be 469 first-class wickets for Worcestershire for Joe Leach, and he has the honour of waving to acknowledge the applause of the Worcestershire supporters. It's been an absolutely fabulous career. Congratulations on that, Joe Leach, and good luck in your retirement. And it's lovely that you can lead off the players to almost certainly end the season. And he'll get a standing ovation as he heads back towards the dressing room. 30 not out with the bat at the end of his career, but it's the 469 first-class wickets for Worcestershire that Joe Leach will be remembered for, and the Worcestershire supporters will be very grateful for as well. It's tea, I think, officially, but I'd be amazed if we saw any further play in the game. 2-2-3 for 9, a lead of 226. That was lovely to see Leach leading everybody off.
It really was lovely, and we've seen that warmth to him from even before play started on the first day when they had a presentation for him, and there have been a lot of standing ovations, but that is just a reflection of how much he means here. 12-year professional career, first-class cricket and every other format as well, and And it just keeps being described to me, and has been for quite some time, as the heart and soul of the club. And it's a club with a lot of heart and soul, so that really means something as well. So huge congratulations to Joe Leach. I'll find it hard to replace him, I think, both on the field and in the dressing room and around the club. But he'll leave a great legacy behind, and a lot of great memories as well.
Yeah, I think he will. So we are officially at tea. That's not the close of play. We are officially at tea. So in theory, in 20 minutes' time, we'll head back out. But with the light not being great, I wouldn't be surprised if that's it. But officially at tea, 2-2-3 for 9. So lead Lancashire Worcestershire by 226.